Hello everyone, Andy the Gamer here. In this video, I shall be reading Paradiso, written by Dante Alighieri and translated by Mark Musa. For those of you who are not yet aware, this is the third and final book of the Divine Comedy. This is the fourth audiobook I've ever made, directly following up my audiobook of Purgatorio. But that's enough introduction for now. I hope you enjoy listening to me read this book as much as I enjoy reading it. And without further delay, let us begin. Canto 1. After stating that God's glory shines throughout the universe, Dante informs us that he has been to paradise and has seen things so extraordinary that he cannot possibly hope to tell about them. Nevertheless, he determines to make this final song his crowning achievement as a poet, and he calls upon both the Muses and Apollo for inspiration as he focuses on his journey heavenward. At noon, on the spring equinox, Dante, still in the earthly paradise, sees Beatrice gazing into the sun, and he imitates her gaze. In doing so, he becomes aware of an extraordinary brightness, as though God had placed in the heavens a second sun, and feels himself being transhumanized in preparation for his experience of paradise. He then finds himself soaring heavenward through God's grace, although he is uncertain whether it is his soul or his corporeal self that rises. As Dante and Beatrice pass out of the Earth's atmosphere into the sphere of fire that lies above it, Dante hears the music of the spheres. The music fills him with wonderment and perplexity. But before he can question Beatrice about it, she explains to him the teleological order of the universe and how it is only natural that, having been purified, he should now rise heavenward. The glory of the one who moves all things penetrates all the universe, reflecting in one part or more and in another less. I have been in his brightest shining heaven and seen such things that no man once returned from there has wit or skill to tell about. For when our intellect draws near its goal and fathoms to the depths of its desire, the memory is powerless to follow. But still, as much of heaven's holy realm as I could store and treasure in my mind shall now become the subject of my song. O great Apollo, for this final task, make me a vessel worthy to receive your genius and the longed-for laurel crown. Thus far I have addressed my prayers to one peak of Parnassus. Now I need them both to move into this heavenly arena. Enter my breast, breathe into me as high a strain as that which vanquished Marius the time that you drew from him his bloody sheath. O power divine, but lend me of yourself, so much as will make clear at least the shadow of that high realm imprinted on my mind. And you shall see me at your chosen tree, crowning myself with those green leaves of which my theme and you yourself will make me worthy. So seldom, Father, are they plucked to crown the triumph of a Caesar or a poet, the shame, the fault of mortals man desired. That when a man yearns to achieve that goal, then the pinion frond should surely breed a new joy into the joyous Delphic god. From one small spark can come a mighty blaze, so after me perhaps a better voice may rise in prayer and win Sarah's response. The lamp that lights the world rises for man, at different points, but from the place which joins 4 circles with 3 crosses it ascends upon a happier course with happier stars conjoined, and in this way it warms and seals the earthly wax closer to its own likeness. This glad union had made it morning there, and evening here. Our hemisphere was dark, while all the mountain bathed in white. When I saw Beatrice turned round, facing left, her eyes raised to the sun. No eagle ever could stare so fixed and straight into such light. as one descending ray of light will cause a second one to rise back up again. Just as a pilgrim yearns to go back home, so, like a ray, her act poured through my eyes into my mind and gave rise to my own. I stared straight at the sun as no man could. In that place first created for mankind, much more is granted to the human senses than ever was allowed them here on earth. I could not look for long, but my eyes saw the sun enclosed in blazing sparks of light, like molten iron as it pours from the fire. And suddenly, it was as if one day shone on the next, as if the one who could had decked the heavens with a second sun. And Beatrice stood there, her eyes fixed on the eternal spheres, entranced, and now my eyes, withdrawn from high, were fixed on her. Gazing at her, I felt myself becoming what Glaucus had become, tasting the herb that made him like the other sea gods there. Transhumanized, it cannot be explained, per verba. So let this example serve until God's grace grants the experience. Whether it was the last created part of me alone that rose, O sovereign love, you know whose light it was that lifted me. When the great sphere that spins, yearning for you, eternally captured my mind with strains of harmony tempered and tuned by you. I saw a great expanse of heaven ablaze with the sun's flames. Not all the rains and rivers on earth could ever make a lake so wide. The revelation of this light, this sound, inflamed me with such eagerness to learn their cause as I had never felt before. And she who saw me as I saw myself, ready to calm my agitated mind, began to speak before I asked my question. You have yourself to blame for burdening your mind with misconceptions that prevent from seeing clearly what you might have seen. You may think you are still on earth, but lightning never sped downward from its home as quick as you are now ascending to your own. As easily did these few and smiling words release me from my first perplexity. Then was my mind ensnared by yet another, and I said, though I rest content concerning one great wonder of mine, I wonder now, how can I rise through these light bodies here? She sighed with pity when she heard my question, and looked at me the way a mother might hearing her child in his delirium. Among all things, however disparate, there reigns an order, and this gives the form that makes the universe resemble God. She said, therein, God's higher creatures see the imprint of eternal excellence, the goal for which the system is created. And in this order, all created things, according to their bent, maintain their place, disposed in proper distance from their source. Therefore, they move all to a different port, across the vast ocean of being, and each endowed with its own instinct as its guide. This is what carries fire toward the moon. This is the moving force in mortal hearts. This is what binds the earth and makes it one. Not only living creatures void of reason prove the impelling strength of instinct's bow, but also those with intellect and love. The providence that regulates the whole becalms forever with its radiance. The heaven wherein resolves the swiftest sphere. To that predestined place we soar, propelled there by the power of that bow, which always shoots straight to its happy mark. But it is true that just as form sometimes may not reflect the artist's true intent, the matter being deaf to the appeal, just so God's creature, even though impelled towards the true goal, having the power to swerve, may sometimes go astray along its course. And just as fire can be seen as falling down from a cloud, so too man's primal drive, twisted by false desire, may bring him down. You should, in all truth, be no more amazed at your flight up than at the sight of water that rushes down a mountain to its base. If you, free as you are of every weight, had stayed below, then that would be as strange as living flame on earth remaining still. And then she turned her gaze up toward the heavens. Canto 2. Now on the threshold of the first heavenly sphere, that of the moon, Dante warns all those who have followed him as far as this stage in his account of the eternal realms that they must either be prepared spiritually or intellectually to have learned of the delights of paradise, or they should turn back. Having invoked Minerva, Apollo, and the 9 Muses, and having begun to prepare himself for anticipated wonders, Dante ascends with Beatrice toward paradise. When they reach the first of the heavenly bodies, the sphere of the moon, and are taken into it, Dante asks Beatrice what causes the markings on the moon that are visible from Earth. After asking Dante to tell what he believes to be the cause of the spots on the moon, and then demonstrating the errors in his reasoning, Beatrice finally explains the true cause to him, and in doing so, illuminates the nature of divine power and of the heavens. All you who in your wish to hear my words have followed thus far in your little boat, behind my ship that singing sails these waters, go back now while you still can see your shores. Do not attempt the deep. It well could be that losing me, you would be lost yourselves. I set my course for waters never traveled. Minerva fills my sails, Apollo steers, and all 9 Muses point the bears to me. Those few of you who, from your youth, have raised your eager mouths in search of angels' bread, on which man feeds here, always hungering. You may, indeed, allow your boat to sail the high seas in the furrow of my wake, ahead of parted waters that flow back. Those heroes who once crossed the deep to Colchis and saw their Jason put behind a plow were not amazed as much as you will be by that innate and never-ending thirst for God's own realm. We sped up just as fast as human eyes can rise to meet the skies. I gaze on Beatrice, hers on heaven. In less time than an arrow strikes the mark, flies through the air, loose from its catch, I found myself in some place where a wondrous thing absorbed all of my mind. And then my lady, for whom I could not keep my thirst to know, turned toward me as joyful as her beauty. Direct your mind in gratitude, she said, to God who raised us up to his first star. We seemed to be enveloped in a cloud, as brilliant, hard, and polished as a diamond struck by a ray of light. That eternal celestial pearl took us into itself, receiving us as water takes in light, its indivisibility intact. If I was body, on earth we cannot think in terms of solid form within a solid, as we must here, since body enters body. Then so much more should longing burn in us, that to see that being in whom we can behold the union of God's nature with our own. Once there, we shall behold what we hold true through faith, not proven but self-evident, a primal truth, incontrovertible. I said, my lady, all my adoration, all my humility is gratitude to him who raised me from the mortal world. But tell me what the dark spots are which, seen from earth along the surface of this body, laid men to make up stories about Cain. She smiled a little, then she answered me, that human judgment must reach false conclusions when no key is provided by our senses. This surely should be no surprise to you, since, as you know, even when the senses guide, reason's wingspan sometimes can be short. But tell me what you think the cause might be. And the differences we see from Earth, I think, are caused by different densities. She said, then, I am certain you shall see that your beliefs are deeply steeped in error. Now listen to my counter-arguments. Heaven's 8th sphere, is lit by many lamps, all of which shine with great diversity, both in their quality and quantity. If rare and dense alone produce all this, one single virtue would be in them, all in more or less or equal distribution. But now these show different qualities, the fruits of diverse active principles, of which your reasoning would demolish all but one. Moreover, if the cause of those dark marks were density alone, this planet's substance would either be in certain parts translucent, or else there would be simple alternation of dense and rare, like lean and fat in meat, or in a book, as pages alternate. Yet, if the first were true, the moon could not fully block out the sun. In an eclipse, some light would shine through the transparencies, but it does not. So let us examine the second case, and if I prove it wrong, then your opinion will be falsified. Well, then, if this rare matter does not spread all the way through, this means there is a way at which some denser matter blocks its way, and it would be from there that the sun's rays would be bent back as color is reflected back from a glass, concealing lead behind it. Now, you could say that though there is reflection, the ray is dimmer there than other spots, since it reflects across a greater reach. But you can rid yourself of this objection, if you are willing, by the experiment, the source which fills the rivers of man's art. Set up 3 mirrors so that 2 of them are equidistant from you, and the third between them farther out in front of you. As you stand facing them, have someone place a light behind you, which strikes all of them, and which reflects them back to your sight. Although the light seen farthest off is not as great in size as are the other 2, you will observe its brilliance is the same. Now, as the substance of the snow gives up the whiteness and the coldness it once had beneath the piercing rays of a bright sun, so is your intellect stripped clear. And I will now reveal a truth so radiant that it will sparkle for you like a star. Within the highest heaven of God's peace revolves a body in whose power lies the essence of all things contained therein. The next sphere, which is lit with myriad eyes, divides this essence into many types, distinct from it and yet contained in it. The other spheres, by various differences, direct their own distinctive qualities to their own ends in fruitful operations. These universal organs you now see proceed from grade to grade, receiving power from those above, acting on those below. And now, mark well the path that I take up to reach the truth you seek, so that henceforth you will know how to take the ford alone. The power and motion of the sacred spheres must, by the blessed movers, be inspired, just as a hammer's art is by the smith. That heaven, whose beauty shines with countless lamps, from the deep mind that turns it, takes its stamp, and of that image makes itself the seal. And as the soul within your living dust diffuses through your body's different parts, adapted to its various faculties, just so does this intelligence unfold, its bounty which the stars have multiplied, while turning ever in its unity. Different virtues mingle differently with each rich stellar body that they quicken, even as the soul within you blends with you now. True to the glad nature from which it flows, this blended virtue shines throughout that body, as happiness shines forth through living eyes. And from this virtue, not from dense and rare, derive those differences of light we see. This is the formal principle that gives, according to its virtue, dark and light. Canto 3. Dante, now realizing the folly of his ideas about the markings on the moon, and appreciating Beatrice's wisdom, is about to acknowledge his errors, when he sees before him pale, nebulous faces. Thinking them to be reflections, he turns around, but sees nothing. Beatrice, smiling at his mistake, informs Dante that the faces belong to those who made vows to God and broke them. Although they have a place with God in his realm, the Empyrean, these souls occupy the lowest position in the hierarchy of paradise, and they appear to Dante in the lowest of the heavenly spheres, that of the moon. Beatrice urges Dante to speak with them and listen well to what they have to say, as they are filled to the extent of their capacity with the light of God. One of the souls, Piccarda Donati, explains that she was forced to leave the convent and marry, thus breaking her religious vows. In response to Dante's question about the desire of souls to attain a higher place in the hierarchy of paradise, Piccarda talks about the perfected volition possessed by the blessed, and about the teleological order inherent in paradise. Piccarda points out the soul of the Empress Constance, and recounts the circumstances of Constance's life on earth. As Piccarda finishes speaking, the faces begin to recede, growing fainter and fainter, and Dante turns his eyes back to the brilliance of Beatrice. The sun that once warmed my young heart with love had now revealed with proofs and arguments the beauty in the face of what is true. And I, to show what I had understood, my error in her wisdom, raised my head just high enough to meet her eyes and speak, when there before my eyes appeared a vision, absorbing my attention so completely that all thoughts of confessing left my mind. As faint an image as comes back to us of our own face reflected in a smooth, transparent pane of glass or in a clear and tranquil pool whose shallow still remains in sight, so pale our pupils could as soon as make out a pearl upon a milk-white brow. Such faces I saw there, eager to speak. I had made the opposite mistake to that which kindled love in one man for his pool. The moment I became aware of them, believing that they were reflected forms, I turned around to find out whose they were, and saw no one. I looked around again, into the radiance of my sweet guide, whose sacred eyes were glowing as she smiled. You should not be surprised to see me smile at your naive reaction, she announced. You do not trust the evidence you see. You turn away to stare at emptiness. These are real substances that you behold, appearing here because they broke their vows. Speak to them, listen, trust in what they say, for they are filled with the true light of God that gives them peace and does not let them err. I turned, then, to that shade who seemed to be the most intent to speak, and I began, moved by an overwhelming urge to say, O well-created soul, who, in the rays of endless life, enjoy that sweetness which, till truly tasted, never can be known. How happy it would make me if you were so gracious as to tell me who you are and of your fate. Gladly, with smiling eyes, she said, The love in us no more rejects a just request than does the lover in him, who wills his court to be like love himself. I was a virgin sister in the world. If you search deep into your memory, you will remember me, though now I am more beautiful by far. I am Piccarda. You see me here among these other blessed all of us within the lowest sphere, our own desires that are stirred alone in the desires of the Holy Ghost, rejoice, conforming to his ordaining. Our station, which appears so lowly here, has been assigned because we failed our vows to some degree and gave less than we pledged. I said, Your faces shine so wondrously with something undescribably divine, transforming them beyond the memory. And so I was not quick remembering, but now, with what your words have just revealed, I find it easy to recall your face. But tell me, all you souls so happy here, do you yearn for a higher post in heaven, to see more, to become more loved by him? She gently smiled, as did the other shades. Then came her words so full of happiness. She seemed to glow with the first fire of love. Brother, the virtue of our heavenly love tempers our will and makes us want no more than what we have. We thirst for this alone. If we desire to be higher up, then our desires would not be in accord with his will, who assigned us to this sphere. Think carefully what love is, and you'll see such discord has no place within these rounds, since to be here is to exist in love. Indeed, the essence of this blessed state is to dwell here within his holy will, so that there is no will but one with his. The order of our rank, from height to height, throughout this realm, is pleasing to the realm, as to that king who wills up to us to his will. In his will is our peace. It is the sea in which all things are drawn, that it itself creates, or which the work of nature makes. Then it was clear to me that everywhere of heaven is paradise, though there the light of grace supreme does not shine equally, as happens when we find we've had our fill of one food, but still crave another kind while giving thanks for this. We ask for that. So did my words and gestures beg to know about the cloth through which she had not drawn the shuttle of her incompleted vow. A perfect life, great virtue, have enshrined a lady high above, she said, whose rule decides the cloak and veil of some on earth, who wish till death to wake and sleep beside that bridegroom who accepts all vows of love conforming to his pleasure. From the world I fled, as a young girl to follow her, and in her habits' rule I clothed myself, and pledged to always follow in our practice. Then men, acquainted less with love than hate, took me by force away from that sweet fold, and God alone knows what my life became. This other radiance, here to my right, who shows herself to you as she shines full with all the light of our low sphere, well knows from her own life what my own words can mean. She was a sister too. From her head, too, they ripped the shadow of our holy veil. But even when forced back into the world, against her will, against her sacred vows, she always wore the veil over her heart. She is the light of the great Empress Constance, who, wed to Swabia's second gust of wind, bore him the third and final gust of power. These words she spoke, and then she started Ave Maria to sing, and singing disappeared as something sinking in deep water fades. And I, who had been fixed upon her form until she vanished, turned and set my eyes upon the greater mark of my desire. In Beatrice I was all absorbed, but her light flashed so deep into my eyes, I could not bear the sight, and so at first I found it difficult to question her. Canto 4. Having listened to Picarda talk about herself and the Empress Constance, the pilgrim becomes plagued with two doubts, and is unable to decide which question to ask first. His dilemma is solved by Beatrice, who knows his thoughts and poses the questions for him. Teacher and guide that she is, she answers first, the more poisonous, theologically speaking, of the questions, whether or not Plato was correct in believing that each soul returns to the star from which it came. Then, in turning to the second question, why divine justice lessen the degree of merit of the souls in this sphere, she discourses on the nature of the will, by distinguishing between the absolute will, which always longs for God, and the conditioned will, which bends according to circumstances. Picarda and Constance are assigned to the sphere of the moon, not for the corruption of the absolute will, but for that will which bowed to external circumstances. Apparently still in sympathy with those who have broken their vows, Dante wishes to know if it is possible to compensate for this transgression in some way. The answer is found in the next canto. Between two equidistant foods, a man, though free to choose, would starve to death before he puts his teeth in either one. So would a lamb between the ravenings of two fierce wolves be caught in fear of both. So would a dog stand fixed between two does. If, then, I stood there mute, drawn equally by my two doubts, I merit neither blame nor praise, the victim of necessity. I did not speak, but written on my face was my desire, all of my questioning more vividly than words could have expressed. Then Beatrice did what Daniel did when he appeased Nebuchadnezzar's wrath that drove him to such unjust cruelty. She said, I see how you are torn between your two desires, so that your eagerness is choking itself into speechlessness. You think, but if my will for good remains unchanged, how can another's violent act lessen the measure of my just deserts? There is a second doubt that gives you pause, that after death all souls seem to return each to his star, as Plato's word affirms. These are the questions that have equal weight, contending with your will to know. I first shall treat the one that is more poisonous. Not the most godlike of the seraphim, not Moses, Samuel, whichever John you choose, I tell you, not Mary herself has been assigned to any other heaven than that of these shades you have just seen here, and each one's bliss is equally eternal. All lend their beauty to the highest sphere, sharing one same sweet life to the degree that they feel the eternal breath of God. These souls appeared here not because the sphere has been allotted them, but as a sign of their less great degree of blessedness. I speak as one must speak to minds like yours, which apprehend only from sense perception, what later it makes fit for intellection. For this same reason Scripture condescends to your intelligence, attributing with other meaning hands and feet to God. And Holy Church presents to you archangels with human features, Gabriel and Michael, and that one who made Tobit see again. If what Timaeus says about the souls in heaven is to be taken literally, it contradicts the truth we witness here. He says the soul returns to its own star, from which he thinks it once had been cut off when nature sent it to substantial form. Perhaps his words were not meant to be heard exactly as they sound, but make a claim deserving the respect of every man. If he means that the honor and the blame of each sphere's influence returns to it, his arrow, then, has hit upon some truth. This principle, misunderstood, once led the world astray when they bestowed on planets such names as Jove and Mercury and Mars. The other doubt that still perturbs their mind is not as poisonous, for all its malice can never make you wander from my side. That in the eyes of mortal men our justice appears to be unjust is proof of faith, not of heretical iniquity. But since this truth is such that your own powers can understand its meaning easily, I shall explain it to you as you wish. Now, if the one who suffers violence contributes nothing to the violent act, he cannot be excused on that account. For will, if it will not, cannot be quenched, but does as nature does within a flame. Through violence, force it down 1,000 times. The will abets the force when it gives in, even a little bit. This their will did. For they could have gone back into the cloister, had they been able to maintain their will intact, like that of Lawrence on the grid, and Mucius cruel to his own hand in fire. It would have forced them back, once they were free, back to the same path from which they have been drawn. But such firm will as this is seldom found. If you have truly taken in my words, you see how they have quashed the argument that never would have ceased to plague your mind. But now another path that must be crossed opens before your eyes, and by yourself you would collapse before you could get through. I certainly have led you to believe that these souls cannot lie, for that they exist forever in the sight of primal truth. But then you heard Picardus say that Constance had never lost devotion to the veil. This must have seemed to contradict my words. Often, my brother, it occurs that men, against their will, to avoid a greater risk, have done that which should never have been done. So Alcmaeon, moved by his father's prayer, killed his own mother, so as not to fail in piety. He was pitilessly cruel. You understand when things like this occur, how will and violence can mix to cause offenses that can never be condoned. Absolute will does not consent to wrong, but it consents insofar as it fears, if it draw back, to fall into worse trouble. And so, Picarda, in her explanation, was speaking of absolute will, and I about the other. Both of us spoke truth. Such was the flowing of the holy stream that pours down from the fountain of all truth, that it now laid both of my doubts to rest. Beloved of the first love, Lady Divine, I said then, you whose words bathe me in warmth, waking me to life again. The depth of my love is not profound enough to find the thanks your graciousness deserves. May he who knows and sees all be my answer. I see man's mind cannot be satisfied unless it be illuminated by that truth, beyond which there exists no other truth. Within that truth, once man's mind reaches it, it rests like a wild beast within its den, and it can reach it. If not, all desire is vain. So at the foot of truth, like shoots, our doubts spring up. This is a natural force urging us to the top, from height to height. And this gives me the courage that I need, my lady, in all reverence, to ask about a truth that is not clear to me. Would it be possible for those who break their vows to compensate with such good deeds that they would not weigh short upon your scales? Then Beatrice looked at me, her eyes sparkling with love and burning so divine, my strength of sight surrendered to her power. With eyes cast down, I was about to faint. Canto 5. Beatrice explained to the pilgrim that a vow is a freely made sacrifice of one's own free will to God. And since free will was God's most precious gift to his creatures, what could possibly be substituted for it? But since the Church from time to time does free the individual from his vow, she finds it necessary to explain further. While a person can never take back from God the sacrifice he has made to him of his free will, he can change the substance of his vow on two conditions: that he have the consent of the Church, and that the substitution made be of greater value than the original promise. Beatrice then addresses all mankind, warning them not to take their vows lightly, to think carefully before making them, and to use the scriptures and ecclesiastical authority as guides. Then, in silence, she turns her eyes on high, and the pilgrim, still with questions to ask, dares not speak. In the meantime, they ascend with great speed to the second sphere, the heaven of Mercury, which shines more brightly with the happiness of Beatrice as she enters the planet. Countless lights appear to the pilgrim, one of whom he asks two questions: who it is and why it is in this particular heaven. The light of the soul, closed tightly in its own light, answers, as the closing verse of this canto says, the way in which the following canto chants. If, in the warmth of love, you see me glow with light the world below has never seen, stunning the power of your mortal sight, you should not be amazed, for it proceeds from perfect vision, which, the more it sees, the more it moves to reach the good perceived. I can see how into your mind already there shines eternal light, which, of itself, once it is seen, forever kindles love. And should some other thing seduce man's love, it can be only some trace of this light, misapprehended, shining through that thing. You wish to know if for a broken vow one can make compensation of the kind that makes the soul secure from litigation. These were the words with which my Beatrice began this canto, then without delay continued with her sacred explication. The greatest gift that our bounteous Lord bestowed as the Creator, in creating the gift he cherishes the most, the one most like himself, was freedom of the will. All creatures with intelligence, and they alone, were so endowed both then and now. Such reasoning as this should make it clear how sacred is a vow when it is made, with God consenting to your own consent. When, therefore, God and man have sealed the pact, this treasure, then, of which I speak, becomes a sacrifice the free will wills itself. What compensation can you offer, then? Can you use well what is no longer yours? You cannot do good works with ill-got gains. So far, the main point should be clear to you, but since the church grants dispensations here, which seem to contradict the truth I spoke, you must sit at the table a while, because the food that you have taken in is tough and takes time to assimilate. Open your mind to what I shall reveal and seal it in. For to have understood and not retained, as knowledge does not count. The essence of the sacrifice depends on two things. First, the promise act itself, and next, the solemn nature of the pact. The latter cannot be annulled except by its fulfillment, and it was of this I spoke in such precise terms earlier. Thus, it was mandatory for the Jews to sacrifice, but they could, as you know, substitute one offering for another. This may be called the substance of the vow. It may be such that no real fault occur if the one substance take the other's place. But let no one assume, by his own choice, responsibility for substitution. Be sure the white and yellow keys have turned. And any change must be considered vain if the new matter not contain the old, as 6 exceeds and holds the number 4. There are, however, certain things once sworn that by their value can tip every scale. For these no substitution can be made. Let no man take his vow too lightly. Keep your word, but do not make a blind, rash oath as Jephthah did in his first offering. Better if he had said, "My vow was wrong," than do far worse by keeping it. No less insensate was the great war chief, the Greek whose Iphigenia mourned her loveliness, and made the wise as well as simple weep, to hear the tale of such a grievous rite. Christians, beware of rushing into vows. Do not be like a feather in the wind, or think that every water washes clean. You have the testaments, the old and new. As guide, you have the shepherd of the church. They should be all you need to save your soul. If evil greed incites you otherwise, be men, not senseless sheep, lest any Jew among you point his finger out of scorn. Do not be like the lamb who turns away from its own mother's milk, capriciously playing a silly game to its own harm. As I have written, so spoke Beatrice. Then full of yearning, she turned to that height where all the universe is quickened most. Her stillness, her transfigured countenance, imposed silence upon my eager mind. Already stirred with new questions to ask, like an arrow that has struck the mark, before the bowstring stops its quivering, we soared into the second realm. And there I saw my lady, so caught up in joy, as she went into that new heaven's glow. The planet shone with more than its own light. And if the star changed then, and seemed to smile, imagine what took place in me, a man whose nature is transmutability. And in the clear, still water of a pond, the fish are lured towards something fallen in, as if they knew it was their food. So here I saw more than 1,000 splendors move toward us, and in each one I heard the cry, "Behold, one more who will increase our love." And as they came nearer to us, the joy of each soul there was rendered visible, in the clear luminance with which it shone. Imagine, reader, if I were to stop right here, without describing what came next, how keenly you would crave to hear the rest. And you will surely understand how keen I was to learn from them all they could tell about themselves as soon as they appeared. O bliss-born soul, to whom God grants the grace to see the thrones of the eternal triumph before abandoning the war of life. The light of God that shines throughout the heavens is lit in us, and so, if you desire enlightenment, ask your heart's content. So spoke one holy soul, and Beatrice was quick to urge me, "Speak, and have no fear. Confide in them, as if they were all gods. I see how you have made yourself a nest for your own light, and how those rays of light pour from your eyes that dazzle when you smile. But who you are, I do not know, or why, O worthy soul, you are assigned to the sphere, which with another's rays is veiled to man." These were the words I spoke into the glow that had addressed me, whereupon it shone this time with light far brighter than before. Just as the sun, when its increasing rays have broken through dense vapors, hides itself within the very excess of its light, even so, in its own glowing jubilance, that holy figure hid itself from me, and so rapt, it answered me, the way in which the following canto chants. Canto 6. The soul, in answer to the pilgrim's first question, identifies himself as Justinian, emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire in the 6th century, famous for his compilation of Roman law, which became known as the Justinian Code. He then states that the very nature of his answer, in which he made mention of the Roman eagle, necessitates a digression, and begins to give the long history of the empire in terms of its sacred standard, so worthy of reverence. The story of the eagle starts with the first kings of Rome and the Republic, continuing through to the age of the empire. He concludes his historical digression with an invective against the Guelphs and Ghibellines, accusing both parties of defiling the eagle in different ways. Now ready to answer the pilgrim's second question, Justinian says that in the sphere of Mercury are those souls of the blessed who are too concerned with their own fame and earthly glory, which, as a result, lessen their degree of beatitude. Nonetheless, they are perfectly happy with their degree of blessedness because they know that their reward is in perfect accord with their merit. The light of Justinian speaks from beginning to end of this canto, without interruption. It concludes by making a reference to a certain Romeo of Villeneuve, who proves to be a figure similar to Dante the poet in a number of ways. Once Constantine reversed the eagle's flight against the course of heaven which it pursued behind that warrior who wed Lavinia. 100 years and more, the bird of God remained on Europe's edge, close to the mountains whence it first arose. There, shadowed by its sacred wings, it ruled over the world, passing from hand to hand, and changing thus, alighted on my own. Caesar I was, Justinian I remain, who, by the will of the first love I feel, purged all the laws of excess and of shame. Before I had assumed this task, I thought that Christ had but one nature and no more, and I was satisfied with this belief. But blessed Agapetus, he who was supreme shepherd of God, directed me with his enlightened words to the true faith. I trusted him, and what he knew by faith, I now see clear as you can see. All contradictions are both true and false. And once I was in step with Holy Church, God in his grace inspired me to assume that task to which I gave all of myself. To my Belisarius I gave my arms, for God's right hand so guided his. I knew it was a sign for me to rest from war. With this, your first question is answered now. But I have answered it in such a way that I am forced to add on something more, to make it plain to you how little cause have those who move against the sacred standard, be it the ones who claim it or disdain it. Behold what courage consecrated it, the courage which began with that first hour when Pallas died to give it its first realm. You know that for 300 years and more, it stayed in Alba Longa till, at last, the three thought with the three to make it theirs. And you know what it did through 7 kings, from Sabine rape up to Lucretia's woe, as it grew conquering its neighbors' lands. And you know what it did, borne by the illustrious Romans against Brennus, against King Pyrrhus, against many a prince in government. Tarquinius, then, and Quintius, so named for his rough curls, the Decii and the Fabii, all won the glory I'm glad to honor. It brought low all that Arabian pride that followed Hannibal across the Alps, from which you, River Po, make your descent. Under the eagle triumphed in their youth Scipio and Pompey, and it showed its wrath against that hill beneath which you were born. Then, when the time came that all heaven willed to bring the world to its own harmony, Caesar, at Rome's behest, laid hold of it. When it did, then from Var to Rhine, the Seine Isère and Loire beheld, and every vale whose waters flowed to fill the river Rhone. Then what is wrought when from Ravenna's shore it soared the Rubicon, was such a flight no tongue can tell or pen can write about. It turned to lead its armies into Spain, then toward Dyrrhachium, and struck Pharsalia, so fiercely that the hot Nile felt the blow. Antandros and Simois, once it first soared, it saw again, and Hector's graves, and then again it sprang to flight. The worse for Ptolemy. On Juba next it struck like lightning. Then again it turned round to attack your west, in answer to the blast of Pompey's horn. And what it did with its succeeding chief, Brutus and Cassius, wail about in hell. It made Modena and Perugia grieve. For that still weeps the tragic Cleopatra, who, fleeing from its conquest, finally clasped the black and sudden viper to her breast. With him, it reached the shore of the Red Sea. With him, it ushered in a worldwide peace, and kept the gates of Janus' temple locked. But what this banner, the cause of my words, had done before and what it yet would do throughout the realm it conquered, all of this appear as dim and paltry deeds. If we but see it with clear eyes and honest heart, as it appears in the third Caesar's hand, because the living justice that inspires me granted it, in the hand of whom I speak, the glory of the vengeance of his wrath. Now marvel at what I shall add to this. Later it sped with Titus to avenge the vengeance taken for the ancient sin. Lombard fangs bit into the holy church, and under those same wings came marching forth victorious Charlemagne to rescue her. Now you can judge those men that I accuse, when speaking earlier, and judge their crimes, which are the cause of all your present woes. Against the public standard one group sets, the yellow lilies, one claims it for its own party flag, and who knows which is worse. Let them, those Ghibellines, let them connive under some other sign, for those who sever justice from it are not true followers. Let not the new Charles trust his Guelphs to tear the banner down, but let him fear those claws that rip the hides off mightier lions than he. Many a time a father's sinful deeds are wept for by his sons. Let Charles not think his lilies can replace the bird of God. This little star is made more beautiful by valiant souls, whose zealous deeds on earth were prompted by desire for lasting fame. The more desire tending toward that goal, thus deviating from true love, the less intensely burn the rays that rise toward heaven. To see the perfect balance we have here, between reward and merit, gives us joy. For we see each commensurate with each. And thus we feel the sweetness of true justice, so much alive in us our will cannot be warped and made to turn to bitterness. Disparate voices blend into sweet tones. So in our heavenly life, the disparate ranks produce sweet harmony among these spheres. Within this pearl there also radiates the radiance of Romeo, who accomplished fair, noble deeds that went unrecompensed. Those provincials who worked against him, though, will not laugh last. He who resents the good done by another walks an evil road. 4 daughters in Count Raymond Berenger, each one of them a queen thanks to Romeo, this man of lowly birth, this pilgrim soul. But when those envious tongues convince his lord that he should call this just man to account, this man who had rendered him 12 for 10, Romeo, proudly old and poor, departed, and could the world know what was in his heart as he went begging door to door his bread. Though praised today, he would be praised still more. Canto 7. Having finished his discourse, Justinian begins to sing a Latin hymn. Then he and the other souls speed off into the distance like shooting sparks. Beatrice, reading the pilgrim's mind, sees that he has a question. How can a just vengeance be justly avenged? She offers to explain. Since mankind sinned through Adam, Christ's death on the cross was just punishment insofar as Christ's human nature is concerned. As far as his divinity is concerned, the punishment was sacrilegious and unjust. Beatrice sees that her ward has another unexpressed question. Why did God choose this particular way to redeem mankind? Because it was the most worthy way, Beatrice says, and explains why. There were two ways in which God could accomplish man's redemption, by means of his mercy or by means of his justice. God decided to employ both means, showing his mercy by taking on the flesh and his justice by suffering and death on the cross. Beatrice then formulates an objection the pilgrim might have. How can the primary elements created directly by God be corruptible? This would seem to contradict something she had said earlier. She explains that God created only the material, but that the form given to that material is determined by secondary causes. And it is for this reason that they are perishable. Both the human soul and the human body were created directly by God. The fact that the soul is immortal necessitates the resurrection of the body following the last judgment. Hosanna, Sanctus Deus Sabaoth, super illustrans calate tua felicis ignis holum Hamalakoth. Singing these words, I saw him start to whirl to his own melody. This soul by twin lights fused and tuned into one aureole, and all the others joined him in the dance. And then, like shooting sparks, they instantly went disappearing into sudden space. I stood there hesitant. Speak! Speak to her, I told myself. Speak to your lovely lady, who slakes your thirst with her sweet drops of truth. But the great awe that dominates my being, even at the mention of just be or isi, had made me lower my head like someone dozing. Not long did Beatrice let me suffer before announcing with a glowing smile that would rejoice a man condemned to burn. My intuition, which is never wrong, informs me that you do not understand how just vengeance can justly be avenged. But I can quickly free your mind from doubt. Now listen well, for what I have to say contains the doctrine of important truths. Because for his own good, he would not let his will be curbed. The man who knew no birth, damning himself, damned all his progeny. Therefore, the human race lay sick below within their error for long centuries, until the word of God chose to descend. There, moved by his unselfish love alone, he took unto himself, in his own being, that nature which had wandered from its maker. Now listen to my reasoning. Once joined with its first cause, this nature was, as it had been when first created, pure and good. But by itself alone, by its own act, having abandoned truth and the true life out of God's holy garden, it was chaste. Then, if the crucifixion can be judged as punishment of that nature, assumed no penalty could bite with greater justice, just as no one could be judged as more unjust, considering the person who endured it, with whom that other nature was combined. Thus, one event produced different effects. God and the Jews both pleased by this one death, for which earth shook and heaven opened wide. Now it should not be difficult for you to understand the concept of just vengeance, being avenged in time by just decree. But now I see your mind is all entangled with one thought and another, and you wait with eagerness for me to loose the knot. You say, I clearly understand your words, but why God did not choose some other way for our redemption still remains unclear. The reason, brother, for that choice lies buried from all men's eyes until their inner sight has grown to ripeness in the warmth of love. Nevertheless, since men have always aimed their arrow at this mark, they rarely strike. I shall explain why this choice was the best. Divine goodness, which from itself rejects all envy, sparkles so that it reveals the eternal beauties burning in itself. That which derives directly from his being, from then on is eternal, for his seal, once it is stamped, can never be effaced. That which derives directly from his being is wholly free, not subject to the law of secondary things. Created thus, it most resembles him, most pleases him. The sacred flame which lights all of creation, burns brightest in what is most like himself. These are the gifts with which humanity was privileged, and if it fails in one of these, it must fall from its noble state. Sin is the only power that takes away man's freedom and his likeness to true good. It makes him shine less brightly in its light. Nor can he win back his lost dignity unless the void left by that sin be filled by just amends paid for illicit joy. Your nature, when it sinned once and for all, in its first root, was exiled from these honors, as it was dispossessed of paradise. Nor can mankind recover what was lost, as you will see if you think carefully, except by crossing one of these two fords. Either that God, simply through clemency, should give remission, or that man himself, to pay his debt of folly, should atone. Now fix your eyes on the infinity of the eternal counsel. Listen well as you are able to my words. Given his limits, man can never make amends. Never in his humility could man, obedient too late, descend as far as once in disobedience he tried to climb. And this is why mankind alone could not make his amends to God. Thus it remained for God in his own ways, in one of them or both, to bring man back to his integrity. But since the deed gratifies more the doer, the more it manifests the innate goodness of the good heart from which it springs. So then, that everlasting goodness, which has set its imprint on the world, was pleased to use all of its means to raise you up once more. Between the final night and the first day, no act so lofty, so magnificent was there, or shall be there by either way. For God, who gave himself, gave even more so that mankind might raise itself again, than if he simply had annulled the debt. And any other means would have been less than justice, if God's only Son had not humbled himself to take on the mortal flesh. But now, to satisfy all your desires, I go back to explain a certain point, so that you may perceive it as I do. You think, I see that fire, I see that air, that water, earth, and all which they compose, lasts but a little while, and then decay. And yet all of these are God's creation. And so, if what you said before is true, should they not be secure against decay? The angels, brother, and all that is pure space around us were created, all agree, just as they are, unchanging and entire. The elements, however, that you named, and all those things produced from them, are given their form by powers that are themselves created. Created was the matter they contained. Created, too, was the informing power within the constellations circling them. The soul of every animal and plant is drawn from a potentiated complex by the stars' rays and by their sacred motion. But the supreme beneficence breathes forth your life directly, filling it with love for him it desires evermore. From what I have just said, you may infer your resurrection, if you will recall how human flesh first came into its being, when our first parents came into the world. Canto 8. The canto opens with an explanation for the origin of the name of the planet Venus. Without realizing it, the pilgrim has been ascending with his guide to the sphere of Venus, and he knows that he has arrived there only because he sees that Beatrice has grown more beautiful. Joyful lights appear to welcome the traveler. The soul who addresses the pilgrim is Charles Martel of the renowned Anjou family. Though he never mentions himself by name, what interests the pilgrim who listens to Martel's account of the line of rulers in Naples is the doctrine of heredity implied therein. It is not clear to the pilgrim how good seed can produce bad. Martel explains that it is not a matter of heredity or lineage, but rather the workings of nature through the influence of the stars upon each individual, influencing the formation of its own character without taking into consideration the ancestors of that particular individual. Martel concludes by telling the pilgrim that the reason many men have gone astray is that they have not been encouraged to follow their inherent character or nature. The world once dangerously believed the lovely Cyprian, whirling in the third epistle, rayed down her frenzied beams of love on man, so that the ancients in their ancient terror offered their sacrifice and votive cries to honor her and not just her alone. Dione too they offered, and her mother, and Cupid as her son, who they believed had nestled once in Dido's loving lap. And from that goddess who begins my canto, they took the name and gave it to the star, which woos the sun at both its nape and brow. I was not conscious of ascending there, but that I was within the sphere I knew, for now my lady was more beautiful. Even as sparks are visible in fire, and as within a voice is heard, one note sustained, while others rise and fall. So I saw lights revolving in that light, their movements slow or swift, each, I suppose, according to how clearly it sees God. From chilly clouds, no seen or unseen winds ever shot down to earth with such rapidity as not to seem slow motion, cumbersome, to anyone who saw those holy lights approaching us, abandoning the dance begun among the lofty seraphim. And from the foremost ranks of light I heard, Hosanna, sung in tones so marvelous, my soul still yearns to hear that sound again. Then one came closer and announced to us, we all are ready to do your pleasure. We want you to have the fullest joy of us. We circle in one orbit, with one rhythm, in one desire with those heavenly princes, whom once you called upon from down on earth. O you whose intellect spins heaven's third sphere, we are so full of love that if you wish, we happily will stop a while for you. I raise my eyes with reverence to meet my lady's light, who with her eyes bestowed on me all her assurance and her joy. Then to that light who had so generously offered himself, I turned again. Who are you? I said, my voice vibrant with tenderness. How that light glowed and grew more beautiful from those few words of mine as it took on new happiness upon its happiness. Radiant it spoke. The time I spent on earth was very brief. If my life had been longer, much evil that would not have done. My happiness, which wraps me in its glow, conceals me from you. I am swathed in bliss, just like the worm that spins itself in silk. You loved me greatly once. You had good cause. Had I not died so soon, you would have seen more than the first leaves of my love for you. The left bank, washed by the waters of the Rhone, when this has mingled with the river Sorgo, was waiting for me to become its lord, as did the region of Ausonia's Horn, bound by Catona, Bari, and Gaeta, whence Taranto and the Verde turned to sea. Already was reflected on my brow the bright crown of the land of the Danube bathes once it has left behind the German shores, and once the Gulf, most plagued by the Sirocco lying between Pechimus and Pelorus, darkened by sulfur flames, not by what some believed to be the monster Typhoeus. Beautiful Sicily would still have looked to have its kings through me from Charles and Rudolph. If evil rule, which always alienates those subject to it, had not moved Palermo to cry out in its streets, "Death! Death to them!" And could my brother have foreseen the facts, he would have shunned all the greedy poverty of Catalans before his disgrace. For clearly some provision must be made, by him or someone else, lest on his ship, already weighted down, more weight be laid. His stingy nature, that derived from one more generous, would have required men who cared for more than filling chests with gold. O sire, I know that the deep joy your words have given me is clear to you, as clear as to myself, there where all good begins and ends. So this deep joy is dearer still, and still more precious to me is the fact that you discern it as you look in God. You made me happy. Now make me as wise. Your words have raised a question in my mind. How can sweet seed produce such sour fruit? I said. And then he said, If I can make just one truth plain to you, then you will see what is behind your back in front of you. The good that moves and satisfies the realm that you now climb endows these mighty orbs with all the power of its own providence. And in that one mind, perfect in itself, there is foreseen not only every type of nature, but the proper goal for each. And thus, when this bow bends, the arrow shot speeds ready to a predetermined end, a shaft expertly aimed to strike its mark. Were it not so, the heavens you climb through would fashion their effects in such a way that chaos would result, not works of art. This cannot be unless the intellects that move these stars are flawed, and also flawed the first one who created them with flaws. Would you like me to make this truth more clear? And I, oh no, there is no need. I see that nature cannot fail in what must be. And he, once more, tell me, would it be worse for man on earth were there no social order? Of course, I said, and here I seek no proof. And can this be unless men had on earth different natures, serving different ends? Not so, if what your master writes is true. By reasoning step by step, he reached this point, and then concluded, so the very roots of man's activities must be diverse. One man is born a Solon, one a Xerxes, one a Melchizedek, another he whose flight cost him the light of his life as his own son. For nature, in its circling stamps its seal on mortal wax, protecting her fine art, with no concern about man's lineage. So Esau, once conceived, differed from Jacob, and Romulus sprang from so base a sire that men imagine him the son of Mars. The procreated being would always walk the procreator's path, if it were not for holy providence that overrules. Now you can see what was behind your back. The great joy you give me urges me now to wrap you in this corollary gift. Should natural disposition find itself not in accord with fortune, then it must fail as a seed in alien soil must die. If men on earth were to pay greater heed to the foundation nature has laid down, and build on that, they would build better men. But those men bent to wear the sword you twist into the priesthood, and you who make a king out of a man whose calling was to preach, you find yourselves on roads not meant for you. Canto 9. Charles Martel has made some tragic predictions about his own successor to the Pilgrim, but he, in an address to Martel's wife, Clemence, tells her that Charles forbade him to reveal them to anyone. The light of Martel has disappeared by this time, and another soul appears and reveals herself to be Caniza de Romano, sister of the infamous tyrant Ezzelino. Caniza, after pointing out the light of another soul nearby, without naming him, and remarking on the good reputation he left behind on earth, goes on to make a prediction concerning the inhabitants of the Marches, and confirms the truth of her words with her very vision of God. Caniza returns to her heavenly dance, and the soul whom she had pointed out earlier now addresses the pilgrim, telling him how he was influenced by the sphere of Venus. He is the light of Fouquet of Marseille, who, after repenting for his worldly loves, entered a religious order and later became Bishop of Toulouse. Fouquet, reading the pilgrim's mind and seeing that he wishes to know the identity of a certain soul nearby, tells him that it is Rahab, the whore of Jericho, and he explains why she is with them in Venus. Fouquet makes some bitter remarks about the pilgrim city and the church in general, and closes the canto by predicting that divine providence will eventually liberate the church from its adulterous state. Fair Clemence, once dear Charles had said these words, for my enlightenment, he then informed me of future plots against his progeny, but said, say nothing, let the years go by, and for this reason I can only say that those who do you wrong will pay with tears. By now, the life within that holy light was turned to face once more the sun that fills it, as to the good sufficient for all things. Ah, souls deceived, devoid of piety, who turn your hearts away from the true good, raising your haughty heads toward empty things, And then another of those radiant lights drew near me. Its eagerness to please was shining through the splendor of its glow. The eyes of Beatrice fixed on me now gave me a full assurance, as before, that my desire met with her consent. "O blessed soul," I said, "grant me at once fulfillment of my wish, and prove to me what you can be a mirror for my thoughts." Whereat the light of that still unknown soul, out of its depths from which it sang, now answered, like one whose joy is giving joyously, there in that part of sinful Italy, which lies between Rialto's shores and where the Pieve and the Brentus rivers spring, rises a hill of no great height, from which some years ago there plunged a flaming torch, who laid waste all the countryside around. Both he and I were born from the same root. Caniza was my name, and I shine here, for I was overcome by this star's light. But gladly I myself forgiven me. What caused my fate, it grieves me not at all, which might seem strange indeed to earthly minds. This precious and resplendent jewel that shines here closest to me in our heaven was left behind great fame. Fame that will live as long as this centennial year shall be 5-timed. You see how man should strive for excellence, so that a second life survive the first. And this means nothing to that crowd that lives between the Tagliamento and the Adige, nor does the scourge of war make them repent. But it will come to pass that Paduan blood, and soon will stain the waters of Vicenza, because the people shun their duties there. And where Cagnano and the Scilly join, a man lords over it with lofty head, for whom the nets already have been spread. Feltre shall mourn her godless shepherd's crime, and no man yet was ever sent to Malta for treachery as foul as his shall be. Immense, indeed, would have to be the vat to hold Ferrara's blood, and wary the man who would weigh ounce by ounce that bloody flood. Blood that this generous priest will sacrifice to prove his party loyalty. But then such gifts become the country's way of life. Above us, there are mirrors you call thrones, through which God shines his judgments down on us. This justifies the harshness of our words. Then she was silent, and it seemed her thoughts were drawn to something else, for she had joined the dancing wheel where she had been before. That other joy which she had just described as something precious now appeared to me like an exquisite ruby struck by sun. Up there, joy gives those souls a brighter light, as here it makes us smile, while down below souls darken to reveal their sullen minds. God can see all, and your sight sees in him. I said, O Holy Spirit, so no one thought of mine can hide itself from your true sight. Your voice, then, which eternally charms heaven, in harmony with those adoring flames that make themselves a cowl with their 6 wings. Why does it leave my longing unfulfilled? I would not wait for you to ask of me, where I to you, in you, as you in me. The greatest valley into which there flows. With these words he began to answer me. The water of that world-encircling sea runs on so far between opposing shores against the sun that finally it makes meridian where it first made horizon. I dwelt upon the valley shores between the Ebro and the Magra, whose short course divides the Tuscans from the Genoese. Almost by the same sunset and dawn are shared by Buggi and the city I came from, which with its own blood warmed its harbor once. To those who knew it, Fulque was my name. This sphere of heaven bears my imprint now, as from my day of birth I bore its own. Dido, Belus' child, did not burn more wronging Sichaeus and Creusa too, than I burned loving till my hair turned gray. Nor she of Rhodope, who, betrayed by her son Thermophone, nor Heracles, when he enclosed the lull in his heart. But we do not repent. We smile instead, not at the sin, this does not come to mind, but at the power that orders and provides. From here we gaze upon that art which works with such effective love. We see the good by which the world below returns above. But now that I may fully satisfy all your wishes born within this sphere, let me proceed. It is your wish to know who this one is within the luminance you see in all its splendor next to me, like crystal water struck by rays of light. Know then that there within Rahab has peace, and once joined with our order, she impressed her seal upon it at the highest rank. To this sphere, where the shadow of your earth comes to an end, she was the first to rise among the souls redeemed in Christ's great triumph. It was most fitting that she be received and left in one of our spheres as a palm of that great victory won by those two palms. For it was Rahab who made possible Joshua's first glory in the Holy Land, which seems to matter little to the Pope. Your city, which was planted by the one, the first to turn against his Maker's power, and whose fierce envy brought the world such woe, creates and circulates the wicked flower that turns the shepherds into ravening wolves and breaks the fold and lets the lambs run wild. The gospel and the fathers of the church lie gathering dust, and canon law alone is studied, as the margins testify. The Pope and his cardinals heed nothing else. Their thoughts do not go out to Nazareth, where Gabriel once opened wide his wings, but Vatican and every sacred place in Rome, which mark the burial ground of saints who fought in Peter's army to the death, shall soon be free of this adultery. Canto 10. Praising the created order, which reflects its creator, Dante the poet marvels at the exactitude of the structure and workings of the universe. The pilgrim, unaware of rising there, discovers himself in the sphere of the sun, surrounded by spirits of such brilliance that their lights are distinct from the light of the sun. Dancing and singing in their joy, the spirits form a circle, making Dante and his guide their center. But they soon pause in their movement to provide an answer to Dante's evident, though unexpressed, desire to have the souls identified. Thomas Aquinas steps forward to introduce his fellow spirits, all known for their wisdom and learning. The spirits then resume their song and motion, singing and turning with such harmony that they resemble the workings of a clock which calls the faithful to prayer. Looking upon his son with all that love which each of them breathes from eternally, that uncreated, ineffable first one has fashioned all that moves in mind and space in such sublime proportions that no one can see it and not feel its presence there. Look up now, reader, with me to the spheres. Look straight to that point of the lofty wheels, where the one motion and the others cross, and there begin to revel in the work of the great artist who so loves his art. His gaze is fixed on it perpetually. Consider how the planets ride branches from their obliquity. This it does to satisfy the earth that calls on them. For if their track had not been set aslant, then the great powers of heaven would be vain and earth's potentialities stillborn. And if its deviation from the straight were greater than it is, or less, disorder would come about in both our hemispheres. Now, reader, do not leave the table yet. Reflect upon what you have only tasted, if you would only dine on joy before you tire. I put the food out. Now you feed yourself. Because the theme which makes of me its scribe demands all of my concentration now. The most sublime of nature's ministers, which stamps the plan of heaven on the world, and with its light measures that time for us. Now being in conjunction with that place I pointed out was wheeling through the spirals, in which we see it clearer each day. And I was in the sun, no more aware of my ascent than one can be aware of how a thought will come before it comes. She it is, Beatrice, guides our climb from good to better instantaneously. Her action has no measurement in time. How brilliant in its essence must have been, what shone within the sun, where I had come, not with its color, but with light on light. Even if I called on genius, art, and skill, I could not make this live before your eyes. A man must trust and long to see it there. If our imagination cannot rise to such a height, no need to be surprised. No eye has known light brighter than the sun's. So there within shone God's fourth family, whom the High Father keeps in constant bliss, showing them how he breathes, how he begets. Then Beatrice said, "And now give thanks to the Son of Angels, by whose grace you have ascended to this sun of sense. No mortal heart was ever more disposed to do devotion and to yield itself to God so fully and so readily than mine was at her words. So totally did I direct all my love to him, that Beatrice eclipse had left my mind. But this did not displease her, and she smiled, so that the splendor of her laughing eyes broke my mind's spell. Again I was aware of many things. Flashes of living light made us a center, and themselves a crown. Their voices sweeter than their aspect bright. The way Latona's daughter sometimes seems girt by her halo, when the pregnant air catches the threads of moonlight in her belt. In heaven's court, from where I have returned, there are some jewels too precious and too rich to be brought back to earth from out that realm. And one such gem, the song whose splendor sang, who does not grow the wings to fly up there, awaits these tidings from the tongueless here. When singing, circling all those blazing suns, had wheeled around the two of us 3 times, like stars that circle close to the fixed poles. They stopped like ladies still in dancing mood, who pause in silence, listening to catch the rhythm of the new notes of the dance. Then from within its light a voice spoke, "Since the ray of grace by which true love is rekindled, and then grows lovingly the more it loves, shines forth in you so greatly magnified, that it allows you to ascend these stairs, which none descends except to mount again. One could no more deny your thirsty soul wine from his flask than could a moving stream refuse to keep on flowing to the sea. It is your wish to know what kinds of flowers make up this crown, which lovingly surrounds the lovely lady who strengthens you for heaven. I was one of the sacred flock of lambs, led by Saint Dominic along the road, where all may fatten if they do not stray. This spirit close by me, at my right, was brother and master to me. Albert of Cologne he was, and I am Thomas of Aquino. If you would like to learn about the rest, let your eyes follow where my words shall lead, all the way around this blessed wreath of souls. The next flame, who is the light of Gratian's smile, who has served so well in the 2 courts of law, that heaven finds great joy in having him. The next one who illuminates our choir was that St. Peter who, like the poor widow, offered his modest treasure to the church. The 5th light, the most beautiful of all, stretches from a love so passionate that men still hunger down on earth to know his fate. His flame contains that lofty mind instilled with wisdom so profound, if truth speak truth, where never arose a second with such vision. Look at the burning candle next to him, who in the flesh on earth saw to the depths of what an angel is and what it does. And next, inside this tiny light, there smiles the great defender of the Christian age, whose words in Latin Augustine employed. If your mind's eye has moved from light to light, behind my words of praise, you must be eager to know what spirit shines in the 8th flame. Wrapped in the vision of all good, rejoices the sainted soul who makes most manifest the world's deceit to one who reads him well. The body that was torn from him below, Celdero now possesses. To this peace he came from exile and from martyrdom. See those next flames? They are the fervent breath of Isidore, of Bede, and of that Richard, whose contemplations made him more than man. This light from which your eyes returns to me, shines from a soul once given to grave thoughts, who mourned that death should be so slow to come. This is the endless radiance of Sagar, who lectured on the streets of straw, exposing invidiously logical beliefs. Then, as the tower clock calls us to come, at the hour when God's bride is roused from bed, to woo with matin song her bridegroom's love, with one part pulling, thrusting in the other, chiming, ting, ting, music so sweet, the soul ready for love swells with anticipation. So I was witness to that glorious wheel, moving and playing voice on voice, in concord with sweetness, harmony unknown, save there, where joy becomes one with eternity. Canto 11. Dante's position in the sun, among the wise who sought heaven's truth, gives him the opportunity to admonish mortals who seek earthly satisfaction, while he in paradise stands effortlessly with Beatrice, having risen through no merit of his own to the realms of the blessed. The souls of the wise once again cease their circling and singing, in order that St. Thomas may respond to the pilgrim's puzzlement. In the previous canto, Thomas had referred to the flock of Dominic as that in which the sheep may fatten if they do not stray, and had pointed out the soul of Solomon, saying, "There never arose a second with such vision." It is the first of these two statements which is now to be explained. The second will be dealt with in Canto 13. But by way of explanation, Thomas, as a courtesy to the companion order of St. Dominic, relates first the love story of St. Francis and Lady Poverty. Thomas then returns to the contemporary state of his own order, then the Dominicans, to condemn their degeneracy and thereby elucidate the meaning of the statement where all may fatten if they do not stray. Insensate strivings of mortality, how useless are those reasonings of yours that make you beat your wings in downward flight. Men bent on law, some on the aphorisms, some on the priesthood, others in pursuit of governing by means of force or fraud, some planning theft, others affairs of state, some tangled in the pleasures of the flesh, some merely given up to indolence. And I, relieved of all such vanities, was there with Beatrice in high heaven, magnificently, gloriously welcomed. When each light on the circle had returned to where it was before the dance began, they stopped as still as candles in a stand. And from within the splendid radiance that had already spoken came more words, and as it smiled, a more effulgent light. Just as I shine, reflecting his own rays, so as I gaze into the endless light, I understand the reason for your thoughts. You are perplexed and want me to explain in simple terms, with clear, explicit words on your mind's level, what I meant to say when I said earlier, where all may fatten, and never arose a second with such vision. Indeed, a clear distinction must be made. The providence that governs all the world with wisdom so profound none of his creatures can ever hope to see into its depths, in order that the bride of that sweet groom, who crying loud espoused her with his blood, might go to her beloved maid more secure, within herself more faithful to her spouse, ordained two noble princes to assist her, on either side, each serving as a guide. One of the two shone with seraphic love, the other, through his wisdom, was on earth a splendor of cherubic radiance. Now I shall speak of only one, for praise of one, no matter which, is praise of both, for both their labors served a single end. Between the Tobine and the stream that flows down from that hill, the blessed Ubaldo shows a fertile slope, hangs from a lofty mountain, which sends Perugia gusts of cold and heat through Porta Sol, and behind it Gualdo grieves with Nurcera for their heavy yoke. For on the slope where steepness breaks the most, a sun rose to the world as radiantly as this sun here does sometimes from the Ganges. Thus, when this town is named, let none call it Esekshi, for the word would not suffice. Much more precise a word is Orient. Only a few years after he had risen, did his invigorating powers begin to penetrate the earth with a new strength. While still a youth, he braved his father's wrath, because he loved a lady to whom all would bar their door as if to death itself. Before the bishop's court at Coram Patre, he took this lady as his lawful wife. From day to day he loved her more and more. Bereft of her first spouse, despised, ignored, she waited 1100 years and more, living without a lover till he came. Alone, though it was known that she was found with Amiclus, secure against a voice which had the power to terrify the world. Alone, though known was her fierce constancy, at times she climbed the cross to be with Christ, while Mary stayed below alone. Enough of such allusions. In plain words, take Francis now, and poverty to be the lovers in the story I have told. Their sweet accord, their faces spread with bliss. The love, the mystery, their tender looks gave rise in others' hearts to holy thoughts. The venerable Bernard was the first to cast aside his shoes and run, and running towards such great peace, it seemed to him he lagged. O unsuspected wealth, O fruitful good! Giles throws his shoes off, then Sylvester too. They love the bride so much, they seek the groom. And then this father, this good lord, set out with his dear lady, and that family that now was girded with the humble cord. It mattered not that he was born the son of Bernardone, nor did he feel shame when people mocked him for his shabbiness. But he announced, the way a king might do, his hard intent to Innocent, who gave the seal establishing his holy order. The souls who followed him in poverty grew more and more. And then this archmanatrix, whose wonder-working life were better sung by heaven's highest angels, saw his work crowned once again, now by Honorius, through inspiration of the Holy Spirit. Then, in the haughty presence of the Sultan, urged by a burning thirst for martyrdom, he preached Christ and his blessed followers, but finding no one ripe for harvest there, and loath to waste his labors, he returned to reap a crop in the Italian fields. Then on bare rock, between Arno and Tiber, he took upon himself Christ's holy wounds, and for 2 years he wore this final seal. When it pleased him who had ordained that soul for such great good to call him to himself, rewarding him on high for lowliness, he to his brothers, as to rightful heirs, commended his most deeply cherished lady, commanding them to love her faithfully. And in the lap of poverty he chose to die, wanting no other bier. From there, the pristine soul returned to its own realm. Think now, what kind of man were fit to be his fellow helmsman on St. Peter's boat, keeping it straight on course in the high sea. And such a steersman was our patriarch, and those who follow his command will see the richness of the cargo in their hold. But his own flock, in growing greedy now for richer food, and in their hungry search, they stray to alien pastures carelessly. The farther off his sheep go wandering from him in all directions, the less milk they bring back when they come back to the fold. True, there are some who, fearing loss, will keep close to their shepherd, but so few are these, it will not take much cloth to make their calls. Now, if my speech has not been too obscure, and if you have been listening carefully, and if you will recall my former words, your wish will have been satisfied in part. For you will have seen how the tree is chipped, and why I made the qualifying statement where all may fatten if they do not stray. Canto 12. St. Thomas, having completed his discourse, the ring of souls now resumes its circling, and is joined by another circle which forms around it. The two move with such harmony that the outer seems an echo of the inner one, and their beauty is such that they resemble concentric rainbows, or a double garland of roses. The double rings cease their singing in motion, and Bonaventure, a spirit from that new circle, and himself a Franciscan, steps forward to return the compliment made to his leader by St. Thomas, in relating the story of Dominic, Bonaventure follows the pattern set up in Thomas's story of St. Francis, so that just as the two rings of souls are twin garlands, the stories of the mendicant leaders are nearly line-by-line parallels. After finishing the story of Dominic, Bonaventure comments, as did Thomas, on the present state of his own order. The Franciscans have been divided by those who would misread his rule. Then turning from these concerns, Bonaventure introduces himself and the other spirits in this outer circle to Dante. The very moment that the blessed flame had come to speak its final word, the holy millstone began revolving once again. Before it could complete its first full round, a second circle was enclosing it, motion with motion, matching song with song. Song that in those sweet instruments surpass the best our sirens or our muses sing. As source of light outshines what it reflects. As two concentric arcs of equal hue are seen as they bend through the misty clouds when Juno tells her handmaid to appear. The outer from the inner one an echo, like to the longing voice of her whom love consumed as morning sun consumes the dew. And reassure the people here below that by the covenant God made with Noah, they have no need to fear another flood. Even so, those sempiternal roses wreathed twin garlands round us as the other one was lovingly responding to the inner. When dancing in sublime festivity, and all the singing, all the gleaming flames, a loving jubilee of light, with one accord at the same instant cease, as our two eyes responding to our will, together have to open and to close. Then from the heart of one of those new lights, there came a voice that drew me to itself. I was the needle point to the star. It spoke. The love that makes me beautiful moves me to speak about that other guide, the cause of such high praise concerning mine. We should not mention one without the other, since both did battle for a single cause, so let their fame shine gloriously as one. The troops of Christ, rearmed at such great cost, with tardy pace were following their standard, fearful and few, divided in their ranks. When the emperor who reigns eternally of his own grace, for they were not deserving, provided for his soldiers in their peril. And, as you have been told, he sent his bride two champions, who, through their words and deeds, helped reunite the scattered company. Within that region where the sweet west wind comes blowing, opening up the fresh new leaves, with which all Europe is about to bloom, not far from where the waves break on the shore, behind which, when its longest course is done, the sun at times will hide from every man, lies Calaroga, fortune-favored town, protected by the mighty shield that bears two lions, one as subject, one as sovereign. There, the staunch lover of the Christian faith was born into the world, God's holy athlete, kind to his own and ruthless to his foes. His mind, the instant God created it, possessed extraordinary power. Within his mother's womb, he made her prophecy. The day that he was wed to Christian faith, at the baptismal font, when each of them promised the other mutual salvation. The lady who had answered for him there saw in a dream the marvelous rich fruit that he and all his heirs were to produce, and that he might be known for what he was, a spirit sent from heaven, named the child with his possessive, whose alone he was. Dominic he was named. I see in him the husbandman, the one chosen by Christ to help him in the garden of his church, close servant and true messenger of Christ. He made it manifest that his first love was love for the first counsel given by Christ. Often his nurse would find him out of bed, awake and silent, lying on the ground, as if to say, for this end I was sent. O Father Felix, felicitously named, O Mother called Giovanna, grace of God. And these names truly mean what they express, not like those men whose toil for worldly gain, studying Thaddeus and the Ostian, but for the love of the eternal bread. He soon became a mighty theologian, a diligent inspector of the vineyard, where the vine withers if the keeper fails. And from the sea, which once was so benign to its deserving poor, but now corrupt, not in itself, but in its occupants, no right to pay out 2 or 3 for 6, nor first choice of some fat and vacant post, nor decimus quae sunt paparum Dei, did he request, but just the right to fight the sinful world for that true seed whence sprang the 24 plants surrounding you. Then, armed with doctrine and a zealous will, with apostolic sanction, he burst forth, a mighty torrent gushing from on high, sending its crushing force against the barren thickets of heresy, and where they were toughest, it struck with greatest violence. And from him many other streams branched off to give their waters to the Catholic fields, so that its saplings might have greener life. It was one wheel of the chariot the Holy Church used to defend herself and conquer on the field of civil strife. You cannot fail to see how excellent the other must have been, about whom Thomas, before I came, spoke with such courtesy. But now the track made by the topmost part of that great wheel's circumference is gone, and there is only mold where once was crust. His family, which once walked straight ahead in his own footprints, now are so turned round they walk along, putting toe to heel. Soon comes the harvest time, and we shall see how bad the tillage was. The tares will mourn that access to the storehouse is denied. I will admit that if you search our book, page after page, you might find one that reads, I still am now what I have always been. But such cannot be said of those who come from Aquiparsa or Casal, and read our rule too loosely or too narrowly. I am the living soul of Bonaventure. From Begno Regio, temporal concerns always came last when I was in command. Illuminato and Augustine are here. They were the first of God's barefooted poor, who wore the cord to show that they were his friends. Hugh of St. Victor is among them too, with Peter Mangiador and Peter of Spain, who in 12 books illumines men below. Nathan the prophet and the patriarch Chrysostom, Anselm, and Donatus, who devoted all his thought to the first art. Rabanus too is here, and at my side shines the Calabrian Abbot Joachim, who had received the gift of prophecy. The glowing courtesy of Brother Thomas, his modesty of words, have prompted me to praise this paladin as I have done, and move this fellowship to join with me. Canto 13. Dante, in attempting to convey the grandeur of the 2 encircling wreaths of illustrious souls, opens the canto with a grandiose image of the heavenly constellations. Once the singing ceases, St. Thomas begins to speak again, explaining to the pilgrim that what he meant when he said earlier in regard to Solomon, there never arose a second with such vision. After demonstrating that the greatest amount of wisdom was that which God gave Adam and Christ when he created them, they were direct products of the Creator and therefore perfect. St. Thomas explains that what he meant when he used the phrase in relation to Solomon was that God had given Solomon the greatest amount of wisdom that he ever gave to a king, not a man. So then, it was in the context of kingly prudence or perfection that Solomon had no equal. St. Thomas uses this occasion to warn the pilgrim about drawing such rash conclusions and making quick judgments, and he mentions a number of ancient philosophers and heretics as examples of those who fell into error precisely because they did not examine all the circumstances and make clear distinctions. He concludes by saying that one must be especially prudent when it comes to second-guessing the Almighty. Just because we see one man steal and another make offerings does not necessarily mean that the thief will be damned and the do-gooder saved by God. Imagine, you who wish to visualize what I saw next, and while I speak, hold hard as rock in your mind's eye this image. The 15 brightest stars in heaven, in all of heaven, the ones whose light is of such magnitude that it can penetrate the thickest mists. Imagine next the turnings of the wane through night and day, and all contained within the spacious vault of heaven's hemisphere. Imagine, too, the bell mouth of that horn, whose tip is marked by that brightest star, which serves as an axis for the prima mobile, all joined into a double constellation, like that one which the daughter of Minos left in the sky when stricken by death's chill. One's rays within the other shining forth, and both of them revolving, synchronized at different speeds, but moving light with light. And you will have some shadowy idea of the true nature of that constellation, and of the double dance encircling me. For these things far exceed our cognizance, as far as movement of the swiftest sphere outspeeds the current of Kiana's flow. No Bacchic hymn or paean did they sing, but of the 3 persons in one God they sang, and in one person, human and divine. When song and circling reached the final note, those holy lights then turned to wait on us, rejoicing as they moved from task to task. The hush of that concordant group of souls was broken by that light from which had poured the wondrous story of God's pauper saint. And he said, "Now that one sheaf has been threshed, and all its grain is garnered, God's sweet love invites me now to thresh the other one. Into that breast, you think, from which was drawn the rib that was to form the lovely face, whose pellet was to cost mankind so dear. And into that one who, pierced by the lance, gave satisfaction for future and past, such that it outweighed all of mankind's guilt. As much of wisdom's radiance as is given to human nature was infused by him, whose power created their humanity. And so, you must have been surprised to hear what I said earlier of our 5th light, that he possessed a wisdom without equal. Open your eyes to what I now reveal, and you will see your thoughts and my words join as one truth at the center of the round. All that which dies and all that cannot die reflect the radiance of that idea which God the Father through his love begets, that living light which from its radiant source streams forth its light, but never parts from it, nor from the love which triunites with them. Of its own grace sends down its rays, as if reflected through the 9 substances, remaining sempiternally in itself. Then it descends to the last potencies, from act to act, becoming so diminished it brings forth only brief contingencies. And by this term I mean things generated, things which the moving heavens produce from seed, or not from seed. The wax of things like these is more or less receptive, and the power that shapes it more or less effective. Stamped with the idea, it shines accordingly. So trees of same species may produce dissimilar fruit, some better and some worse. So men are born with diverse natural gifts, and if the wax were perfectly disposed, and if the heavens were at the brightest power, the brilliance of the seal would shine forth full. But nature never can transmit this light in its full force, much like the artisan who knows his craft but has a trembling hand. But if the fervent love moves the clear vision of the first power and makes of that its seal, and the thing it stamps in is perfect in all ways. And this is how the dust of earth was once made fit to form the perfect living being, and how the virgin came to be with child. And so you see how right you are to think that human nature never has been since, nor ever will be, such as in these 2. Now, if I were to end my discourse here, you would be quick to ask, then, how can you say that the other was without an equal? To clearly understand what seems unclear, consider who he was in his request. That time God said to him, "Ask what you will." My words were meant to bring back to your mind the fact that he was a king and ask his Lord for wisdom to suffice a worthy king. He did not ask to know so that he might count angels here, or know whether Nesse, with a conditioned premise, yields necess. Nor si es dere prima multum esse, nor if without right angles, triangles, and semicircles can be made to fit. So when I talked of unmatched wisdom then, royal prudence was the wisdom upon which I had my arrow of intention drawn. If you recall the word I use, arose, it should be clear that only kings were meant, of which there are full many, but few good. And if my words are taken in this sense, they will not contradict what you believe of our first father and of our high bliss. Let this be led in weight upon your feet, to make you move slow as a weary man, both to the yes or no you do not see. For he ranks low indeed among the fools, who rushes to affirm or to deny, no matter which, without distinguishing. Opinions formed in haste will oftentimes lead in a wrong direction, and man's pride then intervenes to blind his intellect. Worse than useless it is to leave the shore, to fish for truth. Unless you have the skill, you will return worse off than when you left. Of this, Parmenides offers clear proof, and Brisson and Melissus and the rest who sent their way but knew not where to go. So did Sabellius and Arius, and all those fools who were to the Holy Scripture sword blades distorting images of truth. Nor should one be too quick to trust his judgment. Be not like him who walks his field and counts the ears of corn before the time is ripe. For I have seen briar all winter long, showing its tough and prickly stem, and then eventually produce a lovely rose. And I've seen a ship sail straight and swift over the sea through all its course, and then, about to enter in the harbor, sink. No Mr. or Miss Know-it-all should think, when they see one man steal and one give alms, that they are seeing them through God's own eyes. For one may yet rise up, the other fall. Canto 14. Concentric rings open this canto as well, this time with an image of water rippling in a round container, as Beatrice speaks from the center of the rings of lights. The pilgrim has another question for these lights, and Beatrice expresses it for him. Will the brilliant light of these souls remain with them after the resurrection of the body? And, if so, how will their reacquired sight resist such splendor? The souls dance and sing with delight at being able to answer the pilgrim's question. Then, from the inner circle, Solomon reassures the pilgrim that the light surrounding them will last eternally, and always in proportion to the vision they have of God. And since they will be more perfect once they have their bodies back, their vision will be strong enough to support their great brilliance. Suddenly, a third ring of bright lights begins to surround the other two concentric rings. But their intensity is too much for the eyes of the pilgrim. Then, looking into Beatrice's eyes, he finds himself rising, without realizing it, to the next sphere. Because of the red glow of this planet, he knows that he is on Mars. Two enormous bands of light form, upon which for a brief moment flashes the image of Christ. And within the transparent arms of this cross, specks of souls, like dust and shafts of light, move in all directions as a hymn is sung in praise of Christ. Never before, he says, has the pilgrim been so overwhelmed by something as beautiful as this. And then he apologizes for making this remark, since he admits he has yet to gaze into his lady's eyes since arriving here. The water in a round container moves center to rim, rippling, or rim to center. When struck first within, then from without. This image suddenly occurred to me the moment that the glorious living light of Thomas had concluded its remarks. Because of the resemblance that was born between his flow of words and Beatrice's, she being moved to speak once he had spoken. This man, though he cannot express his need, and has not even the thought as yet must dig the roots of yet another truth. Explain to him about the radiance with which your substance blooms. Will it remain eternally, just as it shines forth now? And if it does not remain, explain to him how, once your sight has been restored, you can endure the brilliance of each other's form. As partners in a dance whirl in their reel, caught in a sudden surge of joy, will often quicken their steps and raise their voices high. So at her eager and devout request, the holy circles showed new happiness through their miraculous music and their dance. Those who regret that we die here on earth to live above have never known the freshening downpour of God's eternal grace up here, that 1 and 2 and 3 which never ends, and ever reigns in 3 and 2 and 1, uncircumscribed and circumscribing all. 3 separate times was sung by all those spirits, and unbelievably melodious. It sounded, heaven's consummate reward. Then, from the brightest of the lights, I heard come from the inner round a modest tone, as was the angel's voice that Mary heard. Long as the joyous feast of paradise shall last, it said, so long our burning love shall clothe us in this radiance you see. Our brilliance is in ratio to our love, our ardor to our vision, and our vision to the degree of grace vouchsafed to us. When our flesh, sanctified and glorious, shall clothe our souls once more, our person then will be more pleasing since it is complete. Wherefore, the light generously bestowed on us by the supreme good is increased the light of glory that shows him to us. It follows then that vision must increase, as must the ardor kindled by the vision, as must the radiance the ardor gives. But as a coal burns white in its own fire, whose inner glow outshines its outer flame, so that its form is clearly visible. So this effulgence that contains us now will be surpassed in brilliance by the flesh, that for so long has lain beneath the ground. Nor will such light be difficult to bear. The organs of our bodies will be strengthened, and ready for whatever gives us joy. So quick and eager to cry out, Amen, or both those choirs, that it was very clear how much they yearned to have their bodies back. Not for themselves as much as for their mothers, their fathers, and for all those they held dear, before they turned into eternal flame. And suddenly, around us was a light growing as bright as all the light it circled, like a horizon brightening with the dawn. Just at that twilight, all across the heavens, new things appear, the faint appearances of what we see or what we seem to see. So I began to see, it seemed, new shapes of spirits forming there, making a ring around the other 2 circumferences. All sparks of truth that are the Holy Spirit, how quick, how bright the brilliance of that light grew from my eyes, now overwhelmed by glory. But Beatrice showed herself to me, smiling so radiantly, it must be left among those sights the mind cannot retrace. It gave me strength to raise my eyes again, and looking up I saw myself translated alone with her to more exalted bliss. I was aware of having risen higher because I saw that the star's candescent smile glow redder than it ever had before. Then in the language common to all men, with all my heart, I made an offering unto the Lord befitting his fresh grace. Nor had the sacrifice within my breast ceased burning when I knew my prayer of thanks had been accepted, and propitiously. For with such mighty sheen, such ruby glow, within twin rays such splendor came to me. I cried, O Helios who adorns them so, just as the Milky Way adorned with stars, some large, some small, gleams white between the poles, baffling the wisest of astrologers. So constellated in the depths of Mars, these rays of light crossed in the holy sign, which quadrants make them when joining in a circle. But here my memory defeats my art. I see that cross as it flames forth with Christ, yet cannot find the words that will describe it. But who takes up his cross and follows Christ will pardon me for what I leave unsaid, beholding heaven's whiteness glow with Christ. From top to base, across from arm to arm, bright lights were moving, sparking brilliantly as they would meet and pass each other's glow. So, here on Earth, along a shaft of light that sometimes streaks the shade that men devise by means of art and craft for their protection, our eyes see particles of matter move straight or aslant, some swift, some floating slow, an ever-changing scene of shapes and patterns. And as the viol and harp, their many strings tuned into harmony, will ring out sweetly even for the one who does not catch the tune. So from the spread of lights along the cross, there gathered in the air a melody that held me in a trance, though I could not tell what the hymn was, only that it sang of highest praise. I heard, "Arise and conquer," as one who hears but does not understand. This music raised my soul to the heights of love. Until that moment, nothing had existed that ever bound my soul in such sweet chains. But this, perhaps, may seem too rash a statement, forgetting, as it were, those lovely eyes, the source of bliss in which my gaze finds rest. But since those vivid crowning beauties grow in strength the higher they ascend, and since I had not turned to look at them as yet, one must excuse me for what I accuse myself of to excuse myself, and see the truth, that sacred joy is not excluded, since it grows in perfection as we rise. Canto 15. As the souls of the cross conclude their hymn, the pilgrim perceives what he imagines to be a star falling from the right arm of the cross down to its base without leaving the arms of the cross. Then this light, glowing like fire behind alabaster, addresses him in Latin. At first the pilgrim has difficulty comprehending the soul's words, but gradually the language descends to his level of understanding. The light says that he understands why the pilgrim does not ask him who he is or why he appears so joyful to him, because he rightly believes that souls in paradise know the thoughts of mortals through the mirror of God's love. But he asks the pilgrim to be bold and speak just the same, since his answer is already decreed. With the approval of Beatrice, he asks the light its name. The soul replies that he is Dante's great-great-great-grandfather, Cacciaguida, and that Dante's great-grandfather is on the first terrace on the mountain of Purgatory. He exhorts Dante to pray for his great-grandfather, and then begins a description of the Florence of his day, his birth, his marriage to a woman of the Alighieri line, and his death during the crusade led by Conrad. The magnanimity in which true love always resolves itself, as does that other, self-seeking love into iniquity. Silence the notes of that sweet-sounding harp, and hush the music of those holy strings, tuned tight or loose by heaven's hand itself. How could such beings be deaf to righteous prayers, those beings who, to encourage my desire, to beg of them fell silent, all of them? And right it is that he forever mourn, who out of love for what does not endure, loses that other love eternally. As now and then, through calm and cloudless skies, a sudden streak of fire cuts the dark, catching the eye that watches listlessly, as if a star were changing places there, except that from the place where it flared up, no star is missing, and the blaze dies down. So from the right arm of the cross, a star belonging to that brilliant constellation sped to the center, then down to the foot. And as it coursed along the radial lines, this gem contained within its setting seemed like a fire behind an alabaster screen. With like affection did Anchises' shade rush forth, if we may trust our greatest muse, when in Elysium he beheld his son. O sanguis meus o superinfusa gratia Dei sicut tibi qui bis unquam sili inao reclusa. So spoke that brilliance, and I stared at him. Then I turned round to see my lady's face. I stood amazed between the two of them, for such a smile was glowing in her eyes. It seemed that with my own I touched the depths of my beatitude, my paradise. And then this light of joy to my ear and ear began to add his first words to such things I could not grasp. His speech was so profound. It did not hide its thought deliberately. There was no other choice. Its argument soared far beyond the target of man's mind. Then once the bow of his affection had released its love, allowing what he said to hit the mark of human intellect. The first words that I comprehended were, "Blessed be thou, three persons in one being, who showest such great favor to my seed." Then he went on, "A long-felt, welcome thirst, born from perusal of that mighty book, whose black and white will never altered be. You have assuaged, my son, within this flame, from which I speak to you. Thanks be to her, who gave you wings to make this lofty flight. Since you believe your thoughts flows forth to me from primal thought, as 5 and 6 from 1, if understood, ray forth from unity. Therefore, you do not ask me who I am, or why I show you more joy in seeing you than any others in this joyful throng. What you believe is right. We in this life, greatest or least alike, gaze in that mirror, where thoughts are thought before they are expressed. Yet, that's the sacred love in which I gaze eternally on God, and which creates sweet thirstiness in me, be best fulfilled. Let your own voice, confident, bold, and joyous, express your will, express your heart's desire. My answer has already been decreed. I turned to Beatrice, who had heard my words before I spoke, and with her smile she gave strength to the wings of my desire. Then I began. Love and intelligence achieved their equipoise in each of you. Once you saw the plain, the first equality. Because the sun that warmed and lighted you with heat and light is so poised so perfectly that all comparisons fall short of it. But utterance and feeling among mortals, for reasons which are evident to you, have different feathers making up their wings. I, too, as man, feel this disparity deeply, so only with my heart can I give thanks for your paternal welcome here. I beg of you, rich topaz, living gem, within the setting of this precious jewel, to satisfy my wish to know your name. Branch of my tree, the mere expectancy of whose arrival here gave me delight. I was your root. This was his preface then. He said, He after whom your family was named, whose soul 100 years and more still circles the first terrace of the mount. Father of your grandfather was my son. And meet it were that you offer your prayers to shorten the long sentence of his weight. Florence, enclosed within her ancient walls, from which she still hears terce and nuns ring out, once lived in peace, a pure and temperate town. No necklace or tiara did she wear, no lavish gowns or fancy belts that were more striking than the woman they adorned. In those days, fathers had no cause to fear a daughter's birth. The marriageable age was not too low, the dowry not too high. Houses too large to live in were not built, and certain applause had not yet come to show what use bedrooms can be put. Not yet had your Usilatio surpassed Rome's Montemello, which, in its ascent being surpassed, will be so in its fall. Belencion Berti I have seen walk by, belted in leather and bone, and his good wife come from her mirror with unpainted face. De Nelli I have seen, Del Vecchio too, content to wear plain leather, and their wives to handle flax and spindle all day long. Oh, happy wives! Each one of them was sure of her last resting place. None of them yet lay lonely in her beds because of France. One watching tenderly above the cradle, soothing her infant in that idiom, which all new parents love to use at first. Another working at her spinning wheel, surrounded by her children, who tell tales about the Trojans, Rome, and Fiesole. Aleppo Satarello, Aciancella, would have amazed them then as much as now. A Cincinnatus or Cornelia would. To this serene, this lovely state of being, within this comedy of citizens, joined in good faith, this dwelling place so sweet. Mary besought by pains of birth, gave me, and then within your ancient baptistry a Christian I became. And Caciaguida, Eliseo, and Moranto were my brothers. My wife came from the valley of the Po, and brought with her the surname that you bear. And then I served Conrad the Emperor, who later dubbed me knight among his hosts. So pleased was he by all my gallant deeds. Along with him I fought against the evil of that false faith whose followers usurp, only because your shepherds sin your rights. There the vile Saracen delivered me from the entanglement of your vain world, the love of which corrupts so many souls. From martyrdom I came to this, my peace. Stanza 16. The pilgrim tells the reader that he can no longer wonder at those on earth who glory in their family lineage, since he himself in paradise, where wills are perfect, gloried in it too. When Caciaguida finishes speaking, Dante addresses him with the formal you, voi in Italian, at which Beatrice smiles. At Dante's request, Caciaguida gives an account of the family history and goes on to describe his Florence in contrast to the corrupt Florence of Dante's time, discoursing on the changing fortunes of the city and her old families and lamenting the loss of the peace and glory of the earlier period. Ah, trivial thing, our pride and noble blood, that you can make men glory in you here, on earth, where our affections are weak-willed, will never again amaze me, for up there, where appetite is always in the right, in heaven itself I gloried in my blood. Nobility, a man so quick to shrink, unless we add it from day to day. Time, with its shears, will trim off more and more. I spoke again, addressing him as voi, a form the Romans were the first to use, though now her children make less use of it. And Beatrice, not too far from us, smiling, reminded me of her who coughed to caution Guinevere at her first sign of weakness. I began, You are my sire, you give me confidence to speak, you raise my heart so high that I am more than I. My soul is overflowing with the joy that pours from many streams, and it rejoices that it endures and does not burst inside. Tell me, then, cherished source from which I spring, about your own forefathers, who they were, what years made history when you were young. Tell me about the sheepfold of St. John, how large it was, and who among the folk were worthiest to hold the highest seats. As glowing coals in a quick breath of air burst into flame, just so I saw that light grow brighter when it heard my loving words. And as his beauty grew before my eyes, so in a voice sweeter and more refined, so different from our modern Florentine, his light said, From the day Ave was said, to that on which my mother, now a saint, heavy with child, gave birth to me her son. To its own lion, this fiery star returned 550 times and 30 more to be rekindled underneath his paw. The house where I and all of mine were born stands at the place the last ward is first reached by all those running in your annual games. About my forefathers, let this suffice. For what their names were and from where they came is better left unsaid than boasted of. All those who lived at that time were fit for arms. Between Mars and the Baptists were no more than just 1/5 of those who live there now. The population then, polluted now by Campi and Cartaldo and Figine, was pure down to the humblest artisan. Oh, how much better it would be if they were still your neighbors, and your boundaries Galuzzo and Trespiano as they were. Then have such folk within and bear the stench of Aguilion's churl and him from Signa, already with a sharp eye out for swindling. If that group of the world's most despicable had not played a stepmother's role to Caesar, but been a loving mother to her son, a certain nouveau Florentine who trucks and trades would now be back in Semifont, where once his own grandfather begged his bread. And Montemerlo would still have its count. The parish of Haccone have its churchy, and, without a grieve, still its buon de multi. A mingled strain of men has always been the source of city decadence, as when men stuff their stomachs sick with food on food. A bull gone blind is more likely to fall than a blind lamb. Often a single sword will cut more efficaciously than 5. If you consider Luni and Urbisaglia, how they have perished, how Sinigaglia and Chiusi too now follow them to ruin. You should not find it hard to understand or strange to hear that families dwindle out when even cities pass away in time. All of your works must die, as you must too, but they conceal this fact, since they endure a longer time, and your life is so short. And as the turning of the lunar sphere covers and then uncovers ceaselessly to the shore, so fortune does with Florence now. And so, you should not be surprised to hear me talk about the noble Florentines whose fame has disappeared, concealed by time. I knew the Ugi and the Catalini, Grisi, Filippi, Abelici, Ormani, illustrious citizens, even in decline. I also knew, as great as they were old, the families Dell'Arca and Sanella, the Soldineri, Ardinchi, and Bolsici. Close to the gate now, laden with the weight of unbelievable iniquity, a cargo that will soon submerge the ship. Once lived the Ravignagni, from whom came Guido the Count, and all of those who took as theirs the noble Belenchion name. The Della Pressa were already versed in governing as one should, and Galligao already had his hilt and pommel gilded. Already great the Pale of Vair, the Galli, Sacchetti, Guiaci, Fistanti, and Berucci, and those who blush now for the stave affair, the stock from which sprang the Calfuci branch, already had grown great. The Aragucci, the Sizzi occupied high seats of offices. How great I saw them once who now are ruined by their own pride, and how those balls of gold shone bright as Florence flowered in great deeds. Such were the fathers of those who today prolong some vacant office in the church and grow fat sitting in consistory. The insolent, presumptuous clan that plays the dragon to all those who flee, the lamb to anyone who shows his teeth or purse was on the rise, though still of such low class that Ubertin Donato was not pleased when his father-in-law made him their kin. By then, the Caponsacchi had come down from Fiesole to the marketplace. The Giudi and Infangati were good citizens. Here is a fact, incredible but true. One entered the small circle by a gate, named for the Della Pera family, all those who bear the handsome quarterings of the great Baron Hugh, whose name and worth are celebrated on St. Thomas's Day. Received from him knighthood and privilege, though he who decks that coat of arms with fringe today has taken up the people's cause. The Guelterzrodi and the Importuni existed then. Their Borgo would have been a quieter place had they been spared new neighbors. The house that was the source of all your tears, whose just resentment was the death of you, and put an end to all your joy of life, was highly honored as were all its clan. O Buondelmonte, wrong you were to flee the Nupitals at the promptings of another. Many who now are sad would have been pleased if God had let the Emma drown you when you started for our city the first time. How fitting for Florence to sacrifice a victim to the mutilated stone that guards her bridge to mark the end of peace. With these and other men who ruled like them, I saw a Florence prospering in peace, with no cause then to grieve as she has now. With families like these in charge, I saw the glory and the justice of her people, never the lily on the staff reverse, nor through dissension change from white to red. Canto 17. When Cacciaguida finishes speaking, Beatrice encourages Dante to ask his ancestor what he wishes to know concerning the grave future that souls during his journey have predicted for him. Cacciaguida clarifies the prophecies by revealing to Dante that he will be exiled from Florence, and that his place of refuge will be first with the great Lombard, whose coat of arms is the ladder and the eagle, and then with the younger one, whose greatness is not yet known. Cacciaguida adds that Dante should not envy his neighbors, because his life will continue long after their perfidies are punished. Having heard the prophecy, Dante is troubled on the one hand by the bitterness of his fate, and on the other by the fact that he may be too timid to reveal what he has seen and heard during his journey. His illustrious ancestor, however, urges him to tell the whole truth and assures him that while his comedy and the criticism it levels against great and important men may at first seem harsh, it is bound to nourish mankind, and this honor should be a consolation. The fact that Dante has been introduced only to famous souls as examples of conduct in hell, purgatory, and paradise will give his work an enduring fame, because it is through the example of illustrious men that mankind can best learn. Like him who came to claiming to learn the truth of those things said against him, he who still makes fathers chary of their sons, was I, and just so was I felt to be by Beatrice and that holy light, who for my sake had moved from where he was. Wherefore my lady said, release the flame of your consuming wish, let it come forth, marked clearly with the stamp of your desire. Not that your words would add to what we know, but that you better learn to speak your thirst, in order that your cup be filled for you. O my own cherished root, so highly raised that as men see no triangle contains among its angles two that are obtuse. You see, gazing upon the final point, where time is timeless, those contingent things, before they ever come into true being. While I was still in Virgil's company, climbing the mountain where the souls are healed, descending through the kingdom of the dead, ominous words about my future life were said to me. The truth is that I feel my soul foursquare against the blows of chance. And so, it is my keenest wish to know whatever fortune has in store for me. Fate's arrow, when expected, travels slow. These were the words I spoke to that same light, who spoke to me before, and so my wish, as Beatrice's wish, was now confessed. Not with dark oracles that once ensnared the foolish folk before the Lamb of God, who takes away all sins, was crucified, but in plain words with clarity of thought did that paternal love respond to me, both hidden and revealed by his own smile. Contingency, which in no way extends beyond the pages of your world of matter, is all depicted in the eternal sight. But this no more confers necessity than does the movement of a boat downstream depend upon the eyes that mirror it. As organ music sweetly strikes the ear, so from this vision there comes to my eyes the shape of things the future holds for you. As Hippolytus was forced to flee from Athens by his devious and merciless stepmother, just so you too shall have to leave your Florence. So it is willed, so it is being planned, and shall be done soon by the one who plots it there where daily Christ is up for sale. The public will, as always, blame the party that has been wronged. Vengeance that truth demands, although shall yet bear witness to the truth. You shall be forced to leave behind those things you love most dearly, and this is the first arrow of the bow of your exile will shoot. And you will know how salty is the taste of others' bread, how hard the road that takes you down and up the stairs of others' homes. But what will weigh you down the most will be the despicable, senseless company whom you shall have to bear in that sad vale. And all ungrateful, all completely mad and vicious, they shall turn on you. But soon their cheeks, not yours, will have to blush from shame. Proof of their bestiality will show through their own deeds. It will be to your own honor to have become a party of your own. Your first abode, your first refuge, will be the courtesy of the great Lombard lord, who bears the sacred bird upon the ladder, And he will hold you in such high regard that in your give and take relationship, the one will give before the other asks. With him you shall see one who is at his birth was stamped so hard with this star seal that all of his achievements will win great renown. The world has not yet taken note of him. He is still very young, for heaven's wheels have circled round him now for just 9 years. But even before the Gascon tricks for proud Henry, this one will show some of his metal sparks. By scorning wealth and making light of toil, knowledge of his munificence will yet be spread abroad. Even his enemies will not be able to deny his worth. Look you to him, expect from him good things. Through him the fate of many men shall change, rich men and beggars changing their estate. Now write this in your mind, but do not tell the world. And he said these things concerning him, incredible even to those who see them all come true. Then he said, Son, you have my gloss of what was told you. Now you see the snares that hide behind a few years' time. No envy toward your neighbors should you bear, for you will have a future that endures, far longer than their crime and punishment. When by his silence that blessed soul revealed that he had ceased weaving the woof across the warp that I had set in readiness, I said, as one who is in doubt and longs to have the guidance of a soul who sees the truth and knows of virtue and has love, Father, well do I see how time attacks, spurring toward me to deal me such a blow as falls the hardest on the least prepared. So it is good that foresight lend me arms. Thus, should the place most dear to me be lost, my verse, at least, shall not lose me all others. Down through the world of endless bitterness, and on the mountain from whose lovely crown I was raised upward by my lady's eyes, then through the heavens, rising from light to light, I learned things that, were they to be retold, would leave a bitter taste in many mouths. Yet, if I am a timid friend to truth, I fear my name may not live on with those who will look back at these as the old days. The light that was resplendent in the treasure I had found there began to flash more light, just like a golden mirror in the sun, and then replied, The conscience that is dark with shame for his own deeds, or for another's, may well indeed feel harshness in your words. Nevertheless, do not resort to lies. Let what you write reveal all you have seen, and let those men who itch scratch where it hurts. Though, when your words are taken in at first, they may taste bitter, but once well digested, they will become a vital nutriment. Your cry of words will do as does the wind, striking the hardest at the highest peaks, and this will be for honor no small grounds. And so you have been shown. Here in these spheres, down on the mount, and in the pain-filled valley, only those souls whose names are known to fame, because the listener's mind will never trust or have faith in the kind of illustration based on the unfamiliar and obscure, or demonstration that is not outstanding. Canto 18. While Dante and Alighieri are wrapped in thought, Beatrice calls to the pilgrim to look into her eyes that are filled with divine love, the love that releases him from all other desires. Beatrice breaks his rapture by telling him to turn and listen once more to his ancestor, because paradise is not only in her eyes. Then Alighieri introduces Dante to a number of famous soldier souls who appear in the cross flashing like lightning at the mention of their names. Dante turns to Beatrice and is again lost in her gaze, when suddenly he realizes that he has been transported from the rosy glow of the fifth sphere of Mars to the silvery sixth sphere of Jupiter. In this sphere, the shining souls group together to form, one at a time, the letters of the first verse of the Book of Wisdom, Diligenti iustitiam qui idiciatis terram, appearing as gold against silver. Having formed the final letter M, the souls stop. More lights descend, singing on the summit of the M, and then suddenly shoot up to form the neck and head of an eagle. The souls of the M now move to fill out the rest of the design of the eagle. Moved by this vision of justice, Dante, in a bitter apostrophe against the Pope, accuses him of having forgotten the example of his predecessors, Peter and Paul, who died for the church he is now in the process of ruining. That holy mirror was rejoicing now in his own thoughts, and I was left to taste and temper mine, the bitter with the sweet. Then she who was my guide to God said, "Stop, think other thoughts. Think that I dwell with him who lifts the weight of every wrong man suffers." Those loving words made me turn round to face my solace. What love within her eyes I saw just then, too much to be retold. Not only do I fear my words may fail, but to such heights my mind cannot return, unless another guides it from above. I can recall just this about that moment. As I was gazing at her there, I know my heart was freed of every other longing. For the eternal joy was shining straight into my Beatrice's face, and back came its reflection, filling me with joy. Then, with a smile whose radiance dazzled me, she said, "Now turn around and listen well. Not in my eyes alone is paradise. As here on earth, the eyes sometimes reveal their deepest wish. If it is wished with force enough to captivate all the soul, so in the flaring of the sacred fire to which I turned, I recognized his wish. I saw that he had something more to say. He spoke upon the fifth tier of the tree, whose life comes from its crown, and which bears fruit in every season, that never shedding leaves. Blessed spirits dwell, whose fame below on earth, before they came to heaven, was so widespread that any poet would be enriched by them. Now look up and observe the cross's arms. Each soul that I shall name there, you will see flash quick as lightning flashes through a cloud. I saw, as he pronounced the name of Joshua, a streak of light flashing across the cross. No sooner was it said than it was done. And at the name of the great Maccabees, I saw another whirling light flash through the cord that spun that top was its own joy. Then came the names Roland and Charlemagne, and eagerly I followed these two lights as hunters watch their falcons on the wing. William of Orange, then Renard, and the Duke Godfrey drew my sight with them along the cross. Then came Robert Guiscard. The light who spoke to me now moved away to mix with other lights and let me hear the artist that he was in heaven's choir. I turned to Beatrice at my right, to learn from her by word or by a sign that she thought I should do, and I beheld new brilliance in her eyes, such purity, such ecstasy. Her countenance was now more beautiful than it had ever been. And as a man feeling from day to day more joy in doing good becomes aware thereby that virtue grows in him, just so, seeing that miracle grow lovelier, I noticed that my circling with the heavens had taken on a greater arc of space, and such a transformation as is seen upon a fair-skinned lady's face when shame recedes and blushes vanish instantly. I saw, when I turned round, before my eyes there was the pure white of the temperate star, the sixth that had received me in its glow. I saw within that jovial torch the light of all the sparkling love rejoicing there, and forming words of speech before my eyes. As birds just risen from the water's edge, as if in celebration for their food, flock now in circles, now in drawn-out lines. So there, with those lights, the blessed beings were circling, as I say, turning themselves first to a D, then I, then into L. They first flew, singing to their music's rhythm, then having made a letter of themselves, they held their form and stopped their song a while. O sacred muse of Pegasus, who gives glory to men of genius and long life, as they, through you, give it to realms and towns. Let your light shine on me, that I may show these letter shapes of souls fixed in my mind. Let your power show through these few lines of mine. They showed themselves to me in 5 times 7 vowels and consonants, and I was able to understand the written words they form. The first words of the message, verb and noun, diligente iustitiam. Then after, qui iridicetis terram, after them. And in the final letter, in the M of the 5th word, they stayed aligned, and Jove's silver became the background of their gold. I saw more lights descend, and they alighted upon the M, and from its peak they sang, I think, about the good that summons them, just as one sees innumerable sparks go flying up when smoldering logs are poked, which one encourage fools to prophesy. So there I seemed to see more than 1,000 lights rising up, mounting to different heights, as chosen by the sun that kindles them. And once each spark had found its place of rest, I saw the crest and neck of a great eagle now patterned in the fire of those sparks. The one who paints there has no one to guide his hand. He guides himself. It is from him that skill in birds to build their nests is born. The other blessed ones who seem at first content to lilify themselves into the M with a slight shift completed the design. O lovely star, how many and what jewels shone there, declaring what justice on earth comes from that heaven which you yourself began. There, I pray the mind, for there begins your movement and your power, to examine the place whence comes the smoke that dims your rays, so that its wrath descend upon, once more, all those who buy and sell within the temple, those whose walls were built with miracles and martyrs. O heaven's army, to whom my mind returns, pray for those souls on earth who are misled by bad example and have gone astray. It used to be that wars were waged with swords, but now one fights withholding here and there the bread our father's love denies to none. And you who write only to nullify, remember that Peter and Paul, who died to save the vineyard you despoil, still live. But you will answer, I, who have my heart so set on him who chose to live alone and for a martyr's crown was dance away, knew nothing of your fisherman or Paul. Canto 19. The eagle now appears to the pilgrim with open wings, and as if composed by countless sparkling rubies, the lights of the souls who form the beak of the eagle move, and a voice that speaks for all those composing the sacred emblem informs the pilgrim that it is exalted in the sphere as a symbol for divine justice. And that, although its memory is preserved on earth, its example is not followed. He then asks the eagle to elucidate the meaning of divine justice and to help him resolve a doubt he has had for some time. What justice in there damning a good soul who, through no fault of his own, has not heard of Christ and has not been baptized? Before he has a chance to express his doubt, the eagle goes into a long discourse on the unfathomable nature of God and the inability of his creatures to understand his infinite wisdom. The eagle, showing displeasure, circles above Dante as its souls sing an incomprehensible song, which the eagle likens to the mystery of eternal judgment, which cannot be understood by mortals. Finally, the eagle condemns all those rulers of the times who govern without justice. And there before my eyes, with wings spread wide, that splendid image shone, shaped by the souls, rejoicing in their interwoven joy. They were set there like splendid rubies lit, each of them by a gleaming ray of sun, which was reflected straight into my eyes. And what I have to tell you here and now, no tongue has told or ink has written down, nor any fantasy imagined it. For I could hear the beak and see it move. I heard its voice use words like I and mine. When in conception, it was we and ours. Because of my justice and piety, it said, I have been raised up to this glory, the highest of our desires can conceive. And I have left on earth a memory, which even wicked men are wont to praise. Though they refuse to follow in my course. Just as from many burning coals will come one glow of heat, so from that image came a single sound composed of many loves. And I exclaimed, O everlasting flowers of the eternal bliss, who concentrate all your many fragrances in one, breathe forth your words now, breaking at long last the fasting that has kept me hungering for food that I could never find on earth. I know that though God's justice is beheld within some other mirror in these spheres, your kingdom apprehends its light unveiled. You know my eagerness to hear your speak. You also know the nature of the question, whose answer I have hungered for so long. Then as a falcon, now freed from its hood, stretches its neck and starts to beat its wings and preens itself to show its eagerness, so moved the ensign made of woven voices and exaltation of God's grace with song, known only to the souls who dwell in bliss. Then it said, He who with his compass drew the limits of the world and out of chaos brought order to things hidden and revealed, could not impress his qualities so much upon the universe, but that his word should not remain in infinite excess. The proof of this is in that first proud one, the highest of all creatures, who plunged down unripe because he would not wait for light. Hence, clearly, every lesser nature is too small a vessel to contain that good, which knows no bounds, whose measure is itself. Therefore, our vision, which can only be one of the rays that come from that prime mind, which penetrates every created thing, cannot of its own nature be so weak as not to see that its own principle is far beyond what our eyes can perceive. And so the vision granted to your world can no more fathom justice everlasting than eyes can see down to the ocean floor. While you can see the bottom near the shore, you cannot out at sea, but nonetheless, it is still there, concealed by depths too deep. There is no light except from that clear sky, forever cloudless. Darkness is the rest, the shadow, or the poison of the flesh. Now you can see what hiding place it was, concealed from you the truth of living justice, concerning which you were so plagued with doubt. For you would say, consider that man born along the Indus, where you will not find a soul who speaks or reads or writes of Christ. And all of his desires, all his acts are good as far as human reason sees, not ever having sinned in deed or word. He dies unbaptized, dies without the faith. What is the justice that condemns his soul? What is his guilt if he does not believe? Now who are you to sit on judgment's seat and pass on things 1,000 miles away, when you can hardly see beyond your nose? The man who would argue fine points with me, if Holy Scripture were not there to guide us, surely would have serious grounds for doubt. O earthbound creatures, O thick-headed men, the primal will, which of itself is good, never moves from itself the supreme good. Only that which accords with it is just. It is not drawn to any finite good, but sending forth its rays creates that good. Just as a stork, once it has fed its young, will fly around the nest, and as the chick she fed will raise its head to look at her, so did that sacred image encircle me. Those many wills joined there to move its wings, and so did I lift up my head to it. Circling, it sang, then spoke. Even as my notes are too high for your mind to comprehend, so is eternal judgment for mankind. Those blazing fires of the Holy Spirit stopped still, and then still in that ensign shape, which had brought Rome to the reverence of the world. It raised its voice again, and to this realm none ever rose who had not faith in Christ, before or after he was crucified. But then there are all those who cry, Christ, Christ, and at the judgment day will be less close to him. Then will be those who know not Christ. Such Christians shall the Ethiop condemn, the day those two assemblies separate, one rich, the other poor forevermore. What will the Persians say then to your kings when they shall see God's open book and read what has been written of their infamies. There they will read where Albert's deeds are found, that act already trembling on the pen, which shall lay waste to all the realm of Prague. There they will read about the saint's distress, provoked by that debaser of the coin, whose death will wear the hide of a wild boar. There they will read about the thirsting pride, by which the Scot and Englishman are maddened, neither content to stay within his bounds. The book will show the lecherous soft life of him of Spain, and the Bohemian who knew no valor nor had wished to know. The book will mark an eye for all the good the cripple of Jerusalem has done, and M for all of its perversities. And the book will show the cowardice and greed of him who guards the island of the fire on which Anchises ended his long life. And just to show how little he is worth, he will be written up in bits of words, which will say much in very little space. And clear to all will be the filthy deeds of his brother and uncle, who cuckolded a splendid lineage a double crown. And Norway's king and Portugal's shall be recorded there, and Rescius, who debased the coin of Venice and disgraced himself. O happy Hungary, if she escapes further abuse. Happy Navarre, if she but makes a rampart of her mountain chain. In proof of this, let everyone pay heed to Nescosius and Famgustus Lot, whose own beast makes them wail and shriek as he keeps pace with all the others in his pack. Canto 20. When the individual souls composing the eagle have finished singing, the eagle tells the pilgrim to watch its eye closely as it points out 6 famous souls who are champions of justice on earth. First, the eagle introduces King David, who is the pupil of the eye, after which comes the 5 lights that form the eyebrow of the great bird, the Emperor Trajan, who is the soul closest to the eagle's beak, then Hezekiah, followed by Emperor Constantine, then King William II of Naples and Sicily, and the last, the Trojan Ripheus. The pilgrim is puzzled by the presence of the 2 pagans, Trajan and Ripheus, and he asks why they are here. The eagle explains that they were Christians when they died through the power of divine grace, and that the workings of predestination are even beyond the understanding of the souls in paradise. As the eagle speaks of the 2 lights of Trajan Ripheus flash in accompaniments, when he who floods the whole world with his light has sunk so far beneath our hemisphere, the day on every side has disappeared. The sky, which he, the sun alone, had lit before, now suddenly is lit again by many lights, reflections of the one. I was reminded of this heavenly change the moment that the emblem of the world and of its lords were silent in its beak. For all those living lights were now ablaze with brighter light as they began their songs, whose fleeting sweetness fades from memory. O sweetest love which wraps you in its smiles, how ardent was your music from those flutes played with breath of holy thoughts alone. And when those precious light-reflecting jewels, with which I saw the 6th planet begemmed, imposed silence upon their angel tones, I seemed to hear the murmur of a stream, as its clear waters flow from rock to rock, revealing the abundance of its source. And as the lute's neck, the sound of notes takes form, as does the breath that fills a flute escape as music through an opening. Just so, without a moment of delay, the murmur of the eagle seemed to climb up through its neck, as through a hollow space, where it became a voice, and from the beak emerged the words which I had longed to hear, and which are now inscribed upon my heart. That part of me which in a mortal eagle sees and endures the sun, it said to me, I want you now to fix your gaze upon. Of all the fire souls which give me form, the ones that give the eye within my head its brilliant luster are the worthiest. He at the center as the pupil spark, wrote songs inspired by the Holy Spirit, and once conveyed the ark from town to town. And now he knows the value of his psalms, so far as his own gifts contributed, for his bliss is commensurate to it. Of those 5 souls that form my eyebrow's arch, the one who shines the closest to my beak consoled the widow who had lost her son. And now he knows from living this sweet life, and having lived its opposite, how dear it costs a man to fail to follow Christ. He who comes next on the same curving line, along the upper arch of which I speak, delayed his death by his true penitence. And now he knows that God's eternal laws are not changed when a worthy prayer from earth delays today's events until tomorrow. The next light went to Greece, bearing the laws and me to let the shepherd take his place. His good intentions bore the worst of fruits. And now he knows that all the evil sprung from his good action does not harm his soul, though thereby all the world has been destroyed. And at the down sweep of the arch you see that William mourned for by the land, which now deplores the fact that Charles and Frederick live. And now he knows how much he is loved in heaven, a righteous king, and splendidly he makes this clear to all through his effulgence here. Who in your erring world would have believed that Ripheus of Troy was here, the 5th in this half-circle made of holy lights? And now he knows much more about God's grace than anyone on earth, and sees more deeply, though even his eye cannot probe God's depths. Then like the lark that soars in spacious skies, singing at first, then silent, satisfied, rapt by the last sweet notes of its own song, so seemed the emblem satisfied with that reflection of God's pleasure, by whose will all things become that which they truly are. Though my perplexity must have shone through, as color shows clear through a piece of glass, I could no longer bear to hide my doubt. It burst forth from my lips. How can this be? Such was the pressure of its weight, at which I saw a festival of flashing lights. And then, its eye more radiant than ever, the blessed emblem answered me at once, rather than keep me wondering in suspense. I see that you believe, because these things are true, because I say them. But you see not how. Thus, though they are believed, their truth is hid. You do as one who apprehends a thing by name, but cannot see its quiddity, unless someone explains it for his sake. Regnum calorum suffers violence, gladly from fervent love, from vibrant hope. Only these powers can defeat God's will. Not in the way one man conquers another, for that wills its own defeat, and so defeated it defeats through its own mercy. The first soul of the eyebrow, and the 5th cause you to wonder as you see this realm of the angelic hosts adorned with them. They did not leave their bodies, as you think, as pagans, but as Christians with firm faith and feet, that suffered, and in feet that would. One came from hell, where there is no return to righteous will, back to his flesh and bones, and this was the reward for living hope. The living hope that fortified the prayer made unto God that he be brought to life, so that his will might be set free to choose. This glorious soul, having regained the flesh, in which it dwelt but a short space of time, believed in him who had the power to save, and his belief kindled in him such fire of the true love that at his second death he was allowed to join our festival. The other soul, by means of grace that wells up from a spring so deep that no man's eye has ever plumbed the bottom of its source, devoted all his love to righteousness, and God, with grace on grace, opened his eyes to our redemption, and he saw the light. And he believed in this. From that time on, he could not bear the stench of pagan creed, and warned all its perverse practitioners. He was baptized more than 1,000 years before baptism was, and those 3 ladies you saw at the right wheel were his baptism. Predestination, oh, how deeply hid your roots are from the vision of all those who cannot see the primal cause entire. You men who live on earth, be slow to judge, for even we see God face to face, still do not know the list of his elect. But we find this defect of ours a joy, since in this good perfected is our good. For whatsoever God wills, we will too. Thus, with these words, did the supernal sign administer to me sweet medicine to remedy the shortness of my sight. And as a good lute player will accord his quivering strings to a good singer's voice, making his song all the more beautiful, so as the eagle spoke, I can recall seeing the holy lights of those 2 souls, as if 2 blinking eyes were synchronized, quivering in perfect timing with the words. Canto 21. Beatrice and the pilgrim have now reached the sphere of Saturn, and Beatrice tells him that she cannot smile here. Her beauty is now so great that if it were to shine forth in her smile, the pilgrim's mortal eyes could not withstand it. Countless lights descend and circle about a golden ladder, rising up beyond his sight. A soul approaches. The pilgrim asks why it has come to him, and why there is no music in this sphere. The soul explains there is no music here for the same reason that Beatrice does not smile, and he has simply come to welcome him as a gesture of love. In an attempt to understand the nature of predestination, the pilgrim insists on asking why it was he and not another who was chosen to welcome him. The soul whirls about, and then it says that not even the highest order of angels can answer that question, and that the pilgrim should warn mankind, once he has returned to earth, not to presume to know more than the blessed themselves can understand. Humbled, the pilgrim only asks who the soul was on earth. He identifies himself as Peter Damien, and after describing his simple life as a contemplative, with bitter sarcasm, he criticizes the self-indulgence of the present-day leaders of the church. At his final words, the other lights descend and group around him, raising such a strange and thunderous shout that the pilgrim is completely overwhelmed. By now I had my eyes fixed once again upon my lovely lady's face, and with my eyes, my mind, which was oblivious of all else, she was not smiling, but were I to smile, she said to me, what Semele became, you would become, burned to a heap of ashes. My beauty, as you have already seen, becomes more radiant with every step of the eternal palace that we climb. And if it were not tempered, such effulgence would strike your sight the way a bolt of lightning shatters the leafy branches of a tree. We have ascended to the 7th light, which underneath the lion's blazing breast sheds down its radiance mingled with his might. Now back your eyes with an attentive mind. Make of them perfect mirrors for the shape that in this mirror shall appear to you. If one can understand with what delight my eyes were feeding on that blessed face, when I, at her command, turned them away, then he would know how much joy it gave me to be obedient to my heavenly guide, were he to weigh one joy against the other. Within the crystal, which still bears the name, as it goes round the world, of that dear king, under whose rule all evil was extinct, I saw color of gold as it reflects the sun, a ladder gleaming in the sky, stretching beyond the reaches of my sight. And I saw coming down the golden rungs so many splendors that I thought the heavens were pouring out the light of every star, as crows obedient to instinctive ways will flock together at the break of day to warm their frigid feathers in the sky. Some flying far away, not to return, some coming back to where they started from, some staying where they were, wheeling about. Just such a rush of movement happened here, with all that sparkling having flocked as one, and then alighted on a chosen rung. The splendor from the sparkling nearest us became so bright that I said to myself, I see the love for me with which you glow. But she who teaches me the how and when to speak and not to speak keeps still. So I, against my will, do well not asking. Then she who saw my silence in the sight of him, whose vision can behold all things, said to me, satisfy your deep desire. I know I am not worthy in myself to have an answer from you. I began, but for the sake of her who gives me leave to speak, O blessed wife, hidden within your happiness, I pray you, let me know what is it made you come so close to me. And tell me why heaven's sweet symphony is silent here in the sphere while below in all the rest its pious strains resound. Your hearing is but mortal like your sight, he said. There is no singing here, just as there is no smile on Beatrice's face, only to welcome you with words and light, with which my soul is mantled do I come, this far down on the sacred ladder steps. Nor was it greater love that prompted me, as much and even more love burns above. You see it in the deep flaming lights up there. But that deep charity which urges us to serve the wisdom governing the world assigns each soul his task, as you can see. O holy lamp, I said, I clearly see how in this court a love entirely free gladly obeys eternal providence. What I find hard to understand is this: why you alone among your fellow souls have been predestined for this special task. I had not finished speaking when the light, just like a millstone, at full speed began to spin around its inner luminance. And then the love that was inside it said, a ray of God's light focuses on me and penetrates the light enwombing me, whose force once joined to that of my own sight, lifts me above myself until I see the primal source from which such might is milked. From this derives the joy with which I burn. The clearness of my flame will ever match my clarity of spiritual vision. Yet even heaven's most illuminated soul, that seraph who sees God with keenest eye, could not explain what you have asked to know. The truth you seek to fathom lies so deep in the abyss of the eternal law. It is cut off from every creature's sight. And tell the mortal world, when you return, what I told you, so that no man presume to try to reach a goal as high as this. The mind that shines here smolders down on earth. How, then, can it accomplish down below what it cannot even once it reaches heaven? I put aside that question which his words had so prescribed me from, and only dared with humble voice to ask him who he was. Between two shores of Italy, not far from your own birthplace, rise great crags so high that thunder sounds from far below their peaks. They form a humpback ridge called Ketria, below which stands a holy hermitage, once dedicated to God's praise alone. Thus he began his third address to me, and then went on to say, there I became so steadfast in God's service that I lived on nothing but plain foods and olive oil, suffering gladly heat and cold all year, content in only thoughts contemplative, that cloister once produced for all these heavens, harvests of souls. But now it is so barren, and soon its decadence must be exposed. There I was known as Peter Damian, Peter the sinner in Our Lady's house that lies along the Adriatic shore. Little of mortal life remained to me when I was called and forced to wear the hat which seems to pass only from bad to worse. Lean and barefooted, and Cephas came the mighty vessel of the Holy Spirit, both taking food wherever it was offered. Your modern pastors need all kinds of help. One here, one there to lead, to prop and hold up their behinds. They are so full of food. Their flowing cloaks cover the horse they ride. Two beasts beneath one hide appear to move. Oh, heaven's patience, what you must endure. As he spoke these last words, I saw more flames descending, whirling rung to rung, and they grew lovelier with every whirl they made. Around this light they came to rest, and then in one voice all those lights let out a cry, the sound of which no one on earth has heard, nor could I hear their words for all the thunder. Canto 22. The pilgrim, stunned by the deafening shout at the close of the last canto, turns for comfort to Beatrice. Like a mother consoling her child, she tells him to remember that he is in heaven, where everything is done for the good. Had he understood the words that he heard shouted, he would know the just vengeance that is to befall the corrupt clergy in his own lifetime. The bright light of another soul, Saint Benedict, now approaches and speaks. After the saint gives a brief account of his life, the pilgrim asks the saint if it would be possible to see him without his veil of light. Saint Benedict explains that this will be possible only in the highest of heavens, where there is perfection and all desires are satisfied. Saint Benedict hoped that his order would climb the ladder and reach this highest heaven, but men no longer climb, and the monastic orders have relaxed their original spiritual discipline. Having said this, the saint, together with his companions, rise in the form of a whirlwind up the ladder, and the pilgrim and his guide swiftly follow them up into the next heaven, the sphere of the fixed stars. There they enter the constellation of Gemini, the sign under which the poet was born. In order to put the world in its proper perspective, Beatrice suggests that the pilgrim look back down through the 7 celestial spheres. He sees the earth and smiles at its puny insignificance. Then, turning to Beatrice, he fixes his eyes on her great beauty. Shocked, in amazement, like a little boy who always runs back to the one in whom he trusts the most, so I turned to my guide. And she, just like a mother quick to help her pale and breathless son by giving him her voice whose calmness always reassures, said, "Don't you know that you are up in heaven? And don't you know that all is holy here, and every act here springs from righteous zeal? Imagine had they sung, or had I smiled, that what would have happened to you then, if now you are so shaken by a single cry? If you had heard the prayer within their shout, you now would know the vengeance yet to come, though you will witness it before you die. The sword of here on high cuts not in haste, nor is it slow, except as it appears to those who wait for it in hope or fear. But now turn your attention to the rest. If you allow my words to guide your eyes, many illustrious spirits you will see." As she directed me, I turned my eyes and saw hundreds of little globes of fire growing in beauty through each other's light. I stood there like the anxious man restrained, forced to hold back the thrust of his desire, longing to ask while fearing to offend. And then the largest and the brightest one among those pearls came forward to fulfill my silent longing to know who he was. Then from inside it, I heard words, "If you could see as I do, with that love, what we burn, you would have shared your silent thought with us. But rather than to cause you some delay in reaching your high goal, I shall reply directly to the question you hold back. The summit of what mountain on whose slope Cassino lies was once inhabited by people with perverse and false beliefs. I was the first to carry up to them the name of him who brought down to earth that truth which gives mankind the strength to rise. Such grace shone down on me that I reclaimed all the surrounding towns, converting them from pagan worship that seduced the world. These other flames were all contemplatives, men who were kindled by the warmth that breeds the flowers and the fruits of holiness. Here is Macarius and Romuald. Here are my brothers who kept to the cloisters, and never roaming, kept a steadfast heart." And I said to him, "The love you have shown me in speaking this way, and the good intentions I see glowing in all your fire, allow my confidence to open wide. It grows, unfolding petals like a rose, warmed by the sun, till now it is full blown. Therefore, I pray you, Father, please tell me, assure me, do I have sufficient grace to see the unveiled image of your face? whereupon he said, "Brother, your high desire shall be fulfilled in the last sphere. For there, not only mine, but every wish comes true. For there, and only there, is every wish become a perfect, ripe, entire one. There, where each part is always where it was. That sphere is in no space. It has no pole, and since our ladder reaches to that height, its full extent is stolen from your sight. It was the patriarch Jacob who saw our ladder stretch to touch the final height. The time he dreamed of it so thronged with angels. But now no man will lift a foot from earth and try to climb it, and my rule is worth the wasted parchment it is written on. The walls that used to be our abbey cells are dens for beasts now, and the cowls monks wear are just so many sacks of rotting meal. The greed of usury, however gross, offends God less than does that holy fruit, which drives the hungry hearts of monks insane. For what the church has in its keeping should be for the poor who ask it in God's name, not for the families of monks or worse. The flesh of mortals is so weak. On earth, a good beginning does not last as long as the oak springing to the acorn's birth. Peter built his without silver or gold, and I constructed mine with prayer and fast, while Francis his convent with humbleness. If you examine each one's origins, then look again at what became of it. You see, the white has withered into dark. Yet Jordan's waters at the will of God flowed backward, and as he fled, miracles far greater than if God now helped his church. These were his words. Then he drew back into his company, whose flames closed in, and like a whirlwind, they were swept on high. With a mere gesture, my sweet lady sped me up behind them, up the ladder's rungs, my nature conquered by her greater power. Down here on earth, where men go up or down by natural means, there never was a speed to match the motion of my wings up here. Reader, as I hope ever to return here to this holy triumph, for whose sake I weep my sins and beat my breast, no quicker could you have pulled your finger from a flame and thrust it in, than I caught sight, and was already in the sign that follows Taurus. O glorious consolation! O mighty stars, pregnant with holy power, which is the source of all whatever genius may be mine. In company with you there rose and set he who is father of all mortal life, when I drew my first breath of Tuscan air. And then, when that grace was bestowed on me, to enter the great sphere that makes you turn, to your own zone of stars I was assigned. To you, devoutly my soul breathes its prayer, to grant its strength enough for what is now the hardest phase to reach the journey's end. You are so close to final blessedness, said Beatrice, that you now must keep your eyes unclouded and your vision keen. And so, before inciting further here, look down and see how vast a universe I have already put beneath your feet, so that your heart, knowing the utmost joy, may greet that host of the triumphant, who come in joy through this ethereal round. My vision traveled back through all the spheres, through 7 heavens, and then I saw our globe. It made me smile. It looked so paltry there. I hold that mind is best that holds our world for lease, and I consider truly wise the man who turns his thoughts to other things. I saw Latona's daughter, glowing full without those shadows which had led me once to think that she was rare and dense in parts. On your son's face, Hyperion, my eyes could gaze, and I saw, circling close to him, how Maia and Dione's children move. From there I saw the tempering of Jove between his son and sire, and it was clear how they could change position in their course. All 7 of at one time were visible. I saw how vast they were, how swift they spun, and all the distances between the spheres. As for the puny threshing ground that drives us mad, I, turning with the timeless twin, saw all of it, from hilltops to its shores. Then to the eyes of beauty my eyes turned. Canto 23. Now in the sphere of the fixed stars, Beatrice is anxiously waiting for something to appear. Before long, the sky begins to lighten, and Beatrice announces the arrival of the church triumphant. Looking up, the pilgrim sees the light of Christ shining on the whole assembly, and he is so transfixed and transported by the sight of him that he can no longer remember what he did at that point. The pilgrim can now look upon the smiling face of Beatrice, and when he does, he is forced to admit that her beauty defies description. Beatrice tells him to look again at the triumph of Christ. By this time, Christ has ascended, but his splendid light shines down on everyone from above as the pilgrim fixes his eyes on the brightest of the remaining lights. The Virgin Mary, who is crowned by a torch, borne by an angel, who circles the Virgin, summoning her to follow her Son to the highest sphere. They ascend, while all the souls of the church, their arms stretched toward the heavens, begin to sing with unforgettable beauty the hymn Regina Caeli. As a bird, quiet among the leaves she loves, sits on the nest of her beloved young, all through the night that hides things from our sight. Anxious to look upon her longed-for ones, eager to go in search of food for them. Her heavy labors she performs with joy. Foretelling daybreak from an open bough, she waits there for the sun with glowing love, her gaze fixed on the birth of a new day. Just so my lady waited, vigilant, intent, as she looked at that part of heaven beneath which the sun's movement seems to slow. Then I, who saw her poise and longing there, became like one who wishes he had more and lets his hope feed on anticipation. But time between the when was quick to pass. I mean the when of waiting and beholding, the heavens growing bright and brighter still. And Beatrice said, "Behold, the hosts of Christ in triumph, and see all the fruit harvested from the turning of these spheres." I saw her face aflame with so much light, her eyes so bright with holy happiness, that I shall have to leave it undescribed. As in the clearness of a full moon sky, Trivia smiles among eternal nymphs who paint the depths of heaven everywhere. I saw, above a myriad of lights, one sun that lit them all, even as our sun illuminates the stars of his domain. And through its living light, there poured the glow of its translucent substance, bright, so bright that my poor eyes could not endure the sight. "O Beatrice, loving guide, sweet one," she answered, "that which overcomes you now is strength against which nothing has defense. Within it dwell the wisdom and the power that opened between heaven and earth the road mankind for ages longed for ardently. As fire when it expands within a cloud must soon explode because it has no space, and though against its nature crash to earth. So my mind there amid so rich a feast began to swell, until it broke its bounds, and what became of it does not know. Open your eyes, look straight into my face. Such things have you been witness to that now you have the power to endure my smile. As one just shaken from a dreamy sleep, who, having dreamed, has now forgotten all, and strives in vain to bring it back to mind. So I was hearing herself offering an invitation that can never be erased within the book of my past life. If at this moment all the tongues of verse which Polyhymnia and her sisters nourish with their sweet milk sang to assist my art, their singing would not come to 1/1000th part of the truth about her sacred smile, nor how it set her holy face aglow. So I found that my consecrated poem describing paradise will have to make a leap like one who finds his road is blocked. Now bear in mind the weight of my poem's theme. Think of the mortal shoulders it rests on. And do not blame me if I stagger here. This stretch of sea my vessel's prow now dares to cut is no place for a little boat, nor for a captain who would spare himself. Why are you so enamored of my face, that you do not turn to the lovely garden flowering in the radiance of Christ? There is the rose in which the Word of God took on the flesh, and there the lilies are whose fragrance led mankind down the good path. Thus Beatrice, and I, eager to serve her every wish, surrendered once again my frail eyes to the battle of the light. Sometimes on cloudy days my eyes have seen a ray of pure sunlight come streaming through the broken clouds and light a field of flowers. Just so I saw their hosts of countless splendors, struck from above by ardent rays of love, but could not see the source of such a blaze. Almighty force that seals them with such light, you raised yourself on high so that my eyes, powerless in your presence, might perceive. The sound of that sweet flower's name, the one I pray to night and day, drew all my soul into the vision of that flame of flames. And when both of my eyes revealed to me how rich and glorious was that living star that reigns in heaven as it had reigned on earth, down from heaven's height there came a flaming torch, shaped in a ring, as if it were a crown that spun around the glory of her light. The sweetest sounding notes enrapturing a man's soul here below would sound just like a clap of thunder crashing from a cloud, compared to the melodious tones that poured from the sweet lyre, crowning the lovely sapphire, whose grace in sapphire is the heaven's brightest sphere. I am angelic love encompassing the joy supreme who breathed out from the womb, which was a place where our desire dwelt. And I shall encircle you, heavenly lady, while you follow your son to highest heaven, and with your presence make it more divine. With this, the circling melody was sealed, and all the other lights within that sphere sang out the Blessed Virgin Mary's name. The regal mantle folding itself round the turning spheres, and nearest to the breath, in ways of God it burns and quickens most, was curving round us with its inner shore, at such a distance that from where I stood, as yet there was no sign that it was there. And so my mortal eyes did not have strength enough to see the crowned flame as it rose, higher and higher, following her son. And as an infant after it has suckled will raise its arms up, searching for its mother, expressing all the love with which it glows. So I saw all those radiances stretch their flame on high, thus making clear to me how deep their love, how much they cherish Mary. There they remained suspended in my sight, singing Regina Celi in tones so sweet. The joy of it will never leave my mind. Oh, what abundant grace is stored up here, inside those richest coffers, who below in our world sowed the land with their good seed. Herein they truly lived, and they enjoy the wealth their tears had won for them, while they in Babylonian exile scorned all gold. And here, victorious beneath the Son of God and Mary, and amid the good souls of the old and new covenant, triumphs the one who holds the keys to glory. Canto 24. Beatrice solemnly requests that the pilgrim be allowed to partake in some way of the divine knowledge of the souls in this sphere. From the brightest group of spinning lights, the brightest light of St. Peter comes forth in answer to Beatrice's request and circles her 3 times. Beatrice asks St. Peter to test her ward on his faith, not that there is any question about it, but rather so that he may have the opportunity to glorify it here in this heaven. St. Peter first asks the pilgrim to define faith. Then he asks him if he possesses it. And finally, he inquires about the source of his faith and how he knows that the source is valid. As a sign of their approval of his answers, all the souls there sing out, Te Deum Laudamus. Then the great saint asks the pilgrim to confess to him what he personally believes, and to tell how it was made known to him. Because the pilgrim has answered so well, St. Peter joyfully blesses him, and singing, he circles him 3 times. O fellowship of those chosen to feast at the great supper of the Lamb of God, Who feeds you, satisfying all your needs? If by the grace of God this man foretastes of what falls from the table of the blessed before the hour death prescribes for him, consider his immeasurable thirst. Bedew him with a few drops, for you drink forever from the source of this man's thoughts. Thus Beatrice, then those blissful souls, started to spin in circles on fixed poles, each looking like a comet flaming bright. As wheels and clocks are synchronized to move, one slowly, looked at closely, almost still, the other seems to fly compared to it. Just so those whirling wheels by differently dancing through their movement fast or slow, revealed to me the measure of their bliss. From one that spun the richest light I saw emerge a flame so radiant with joy, no greater brightness danced within the sphere. 3 times it circled Beatrice's soul, accompanied by music so divine, my memory cannot recapture it. And so, my pen skips over such detail, not fantasy nor words are good enough to paint the subtle folds of heaven's light. O holy sister mine, the burning love that glows within your earnest prayer to us releases me to you from my bright sphere. That sacred fire, once it stopped circling her, breathed forth his words directly to my lady, saying precisely what I said above. And she, eternal light of the great man, to whom our Lord brought down and did bequeath the keys to this, our paradise of joy. Now test this man on questions, grave or light, as pleases you, pertaining to that faith by means of which you once walked on the sea. If love and hope and faith he truly has, you will know, for your eyes are fixed upon the place where everything that is seen is seen. But since this realm was won by citizens of the true faith, fitting it is for him to glorify it by discussing it. Just as a bachelor arms his mind with thought and silence till his master sets the question to be discussed but not decided on, so did I arm myself with arguments while she was speaking, that I prepared for such a questioner and such a creed. Speak up, good Christian, and declare yourself. Faith! What is faith? In which I raised my eyes to look upon the light that breathed these words, and then I turned to look at Beatrice, whose glance was urging me to let pour forth the waters welling up within my soul. May the same grace that grants me to profess my faith before the great centurion, I said, grant that my thoughts be well expressed. And I went on. As a voracious pen, father of your dear brother, who with you set Rome upon the path of true faith, wrote, faith is the substance of those hoped-for things, an argument for things we have not seen. And this I take to be its quiddity. Next I heard, you are right, but only if you understand why faith is classified as substance first, and then as arguments. I answered, the deep mysteries of heaven that generously reveal themselves to me are so concealed from man's eyes down on earth that they exist there only in belief. On such a base is high hope built. It is substant by its own nature, one could say. And since from this belief we must construct logical proofs for what cannot be seen, by nature this partakes of argument. Then I said, if on earth all that is learned by mortal minds is so well understood, there will be no place for the sulphate's wit. That burning love breathed forth these words, and then he added, now that you have thoroughly examined both this coin's alloy and weight, tell me, do you have such coin in your purse? I answered, yes, I do, so bright and round, I have no doubt as to its quality. Then from the depths of that light's radiance poured the words, this inestimable gem, upon which every other virtue sets. Where did you get it? The bountiful rain of the Holy Spirit showering the parchments, old and new, is, to my mind, unquestionable certainty of faith, so accurate that any other proof compared to it would sound most unconvincing. I heard these premises, the old and new, which you believe to be conclusive proof. How do you know they are God's holy word? And the proof that what I read is true is in the works that followed. Nature's hand can never heat or forge that kind of iron. Then the reply, tell me, how do you know that these works ever were? You use as proof and nothing more. What still needs to be proved? If the world turned to Christ without help of miracles, I said, then what would be a miracle far greater than them all? For you, hungry and poor, entered the field to sow the good plant of the faith that once grew as a vine and now is but a thorn. I said this, and the high and holy choir let ring Te Deum Laudamus through the spheres and strains of music heard only in heaven. That Baron who had led me branch by branch examining my faith to where we now were getting closer to the topmost leaves, spoke out again. The grace that lovingly speaks with your mind, parting your lips, till now has let them speak the way they should. And I approve of what I heard come from your mouth. But now you must declare your creed to me, and then tell me the source of your belief. O Holy Father, Spirit who now sees that faith confirmed that led him to the tomb, though younger feet than his arrived there first. I answered him, you want me to reveal the form of my unhesitating faith? And you have asked for the reason for its being. I tell you, I believe in one sole God, eternal, who unmoved, moves all the heavens that spin in his love and in his desire. And for such faith as mine, I have the proofs, not only of physics and metaphysics, but of that truth which rains down from this realm, through Moses, through the prophets, through the Psalms, and through the gospel, and through you who wrote, once kindled by the Holy Spirit's tongue. And I believe in three eternal beings, an essence that is one as well as three, where is and are described equally. Concerning this profound and holy state of which I speak, the teachings of the gospel in many places has made up my mind. This is a source, this is a very spark, which then ignites into a living flame, like a star in heaven lights my mind. Then is the Lord delighted with the message delivered by his page, embraces him, rejoicing in the happy news he bears. The singing benedictions over me, the apostolic light that bid me speak when I was silent, circled me 3 times. So much delight my words had given him. Canto 25. The canto opens with an expression of the poet's hope to be able to return by means of his poetic endeavors to Florence, and there, at the site of his baptism into the faith, receive the poet's crown. Then Beatrice points out St. James, who has just approached and greeted St. Peter. Beatrice initiates the second examination by asking St. James to make hope heard in this sphere. Encouragingly, the saint tells the pilgrim to look up and have confidence, and then poses the following question. What is hope? What is its source? What does it promise? When he answers the questions correctly, all the souls from above sing, Sperantem te. Then a third light, whom Beatrice identifies as St. John, joins Peter and James in their dance, intent on seeing with his own eyes if the legend concerning St. John's body being taken to heaven with his soul was true. The pilgrim stares fixedly at the glowing saint, who perceives the pilgrim's curiosity and replies that his body has turned to dust on earth, and that until the day of judgment only Christ and the Virgin Mary possess both body and soul. As the pilgrim listens and looks at the light of St. John, he loses his sight and is troubled that he can no longer see his guide, Beatrice. If ever it happened that this sacred poem, to which both heaven and earth have set their hand, and made me lean from laboring so long, wins over those cruel hearts that exile me from my sweet fold where I grew up a lamb, foe to the wolves that war upon it now. With a changed voice and with another fleece, I shall return a poet, and at my own baptismal font assumed the laurel wreath. For it was there I entered in the faith that counts God's souls for him, the faith for which Peter just turned himself into my crown. And then a light began to move toward us, out of the sphere which had produced that rare first fruit of Christ's own vicarage on earth. Whereat my lady, radiant with joy, said to me, Look there! You see the Baron who draws souls to Galicia down there? And when a dove alights beside its mate, and it begins to coo and circle round, the other in expression of its love, even so did I behold one glorious and great Lord greet the other as the two sang praises for the feast that heaven serves. Then, once the joyful greetings were exchanged, I stopped and stood in silence. Cramé, the brilliance was too powerful for my sight. And then my Beatrice, smiling, said, Illustrious life, the one chosen to write of the largesse of our celestial court, make hope resound throughout this heaven's height. You were its symbol all those times Jesus bestowed more light upon his three. Lift up your head and reassure yourself, for all that rises from the mortal world must ripen here in our own radiance. These words of strength came from the second flame, whereby up to those hills I raised my eyes, which have been lowered by excessive brilliance. Since of his grace our emperor has willed that you before your death come face to face with his own counts in his most secret hall. That having seen the truth of our court here, you, in yourself and others, may give strength to hope which makes men love the good on earth. Now tell me what is hope, how much of it thrives in your mind, and where your hope comes from. So spoke the second light a second time. And that devout one, who on my high flight had guided every feather of my wings, anticipated my reply, and said, There is no son of the church militant with greater hope than is, as you can read, in him whose radiance lights all our hosts. And this is why he is allowed to come from Egypt to behold Jerusalem before his fighting days on earth are done. The two remaining questions you have asked, not for your sake, but that he may report to men on earth how much you cherish hope, I leave to him. They are not difficult, nor is self-praise involved. So let him speak, and may he answer with the grace of God, as pupil answering his teacher would, ready and willing to display his worth. So well versed in his subject, I said, Hope is sure expectancy of future bliss, to be inherited, the holy fruit of God's own grace and man's precedent worth. From many stars this light comes to my mind, but he who first instilled it in my heart was highest singer of the highest Lord. Let them have hope in thee who knows thy name, so sing his sacred song. And who does not know of that name is he, if he has faith like mine? And in your own epistle you instilled me with his dew, till now I overflow and pour again your shower upon others. While I was saying this, within that living bosom of luminescence flash a flame, repeating quick and bright as lightning strikes. It breathed, the love that always burns in me, for hope that followed me even to the palm and the departure from the battlefield, moves me to speak again to you who loves this virtue. Give me joy by telling me, what promise does your hope make to your soul? And the Old and New Testaments define the goal, which points me to the promise of those souls that our Lord has made his friends. Isaiah testifies that every man in his homeland shall wear a double raiment, and his homeland is the sweet life of bliss. There is also your brother, where he writes about the white robes. He makes manifest his revelation more explicitly. And on the sound of my last word, I heard ring out, Sperit in te, above my head. And all the dancing spheres gave their response. Then one among those lights became so bright that if the crab possessed just one more star, winter would have 1 month of one long day. As a young girl rises and in her joy rushes to dance in the honor of the bride, without a thought of showing off herself, so did I see that brilliant splendor rushed to reach the two circles that whirled and danced, whose rhythm was in tune with their great love. It joined them in their dance and in their song, and all the while my lady, like a bride, stood gazing at them, motionless and quiet. This is the one who lay upon the breast of our own pelican. He is the one who from the cross assumed the great bequest. These were the words my lady said to me, but no more after than before she spoke did she once take her eyes away from them. As one who squints and strains his eyes to see a little the sun in its eclipse, and who, through looking, can no longer look, so did I stare at that last blaze of light, until I heard the words, "Why blind yourself by looking for what has no place up here? My body is in earth as earth, and there it lies with others till our number is the predetermined total set by God. Two lights and no more were allowed to rise, straight to our cloister, clad in double robes. Explain this to your world when you go back." His voice had stopped the flaming circle's dance, and with it stopped the mingling of sweet sound breathed by that triune breath in harmony. As oars driven through water at a pace, stop altogether when a whistle blows, to signal danger or prevent fatigue. The strange feeling running through my mind, when I turned then to look at Beatrice, only to find I could not see, and she so close to me, and we in paradise. Canto 26. St. John begins the third and final examination on love by asking the pilgrim what the final goal of his love is, assuring him in the meantime that Beatrice has the power to restore his sight. The pilgrim answers that the beginning and end of his love is God. Having satisfactorily answered this question, the pilgrim is required to tell precisely how and why he is drawn to right love. When he answers correctly, the whole assembly, together with Beatrice, sings, "Holy, holy, holy," and the pilgrim regains his sight. He is surprised to see that another light has joined the three there beside him. It is Adam, who immediately discerns the pilgrim's questions in the mind of God and tells the pilgrim so. He has four questions for Adam. How long ago was he created? How much time did he spend in the earthly paradise? What did he do to provoke God's wrath? And what language did he speak? While I stood there confounded by my blindness, from out the effulgent flame that took my sight, there came a breath of voice that made me heed in its words. Until you have regained the sense of sight which your eyes have consumed in me, let discourse be a means of recompense. Begin then. Tell what is it that your soul is set upon, and you may rest assured that your sight is only dazzled, not destroyed. The lady who guides you through the divine spheres has that power, in a single glance that rested in the hands of Ananias. I said, at her own pleasure, soon or late, let her restore my eyes that were the gates she entered with a fire that burns me still. The good, that full contentment of this court, is Alpha and Omega of all texts. Love reads to me in soft or louder tones. The same voice that had just now calmed the fear I felt in sudden blind bewilderment once more encouraged me to speak. It said, "But certainly you need a finer sieve to sift this matter through. You must explain who made you aim your bow at such a mark." I said, "Through philosophic arguments and through authority which comes from here, such love as this has stamped me with its seal. For good perceived as good enkindles love, and makes that love more bright the more that we can comprehend the good which it contains. So toward that essence where such goodness rests, that any goodness found outside of it is only a reflection of its ray. The mind of man in love is bound to move more than toward any other, once it sees the truth on which this loving proof is based. Such truth is made plain to my mind by him who demonstrates to me the primal love of each and every endless entity. Plain it was made by the true author's voice when he said, speaking of himself to Moses, "I shall show you all of my goodness now." Made plain it also is from the first words of your great gospel, which cries out to men, loudest of all, the mysteries of heaven. And then I heard, as human reason proves and revelation which concurs with it, of all your loves the highest looks to God. But tell me, are there other ties you feel that draw you to him? Let your words explain the many teeth with which your love can bite. The sacred purpose in the questioning of Christ's own ego here was clear to me. I knew which way my answer had to go. I spoke again. All those teeth with strength to move the heart of any man to God have bitten my heart into loving him. The being of the world and my own being, the death he died, so that my soul might live, the hope of all the faithful and mine too, joined with the living truth mentioned before. From that deep sea of false love rescued me and set me on the right shore of true love. I love each leaf, with which each in leaf is all the garden of the eternal Creator in measure of the light he sheds on earth. The instant I stopped speaking, all of heaven filled with sweet singing, as my lady joined the others chanting, Holy, 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 as sleep is broken by a flash of light, the visual spirit rushing to the gleam which penetrates the eyes from lid to lid, and the roused sleeper shrinks from what he sees, confounded by his sudden awakening, until his judgment comes to aid his sight. So Beatrice drove out every speck, clouding my vision with her splendid eyes, whose radiance spread 1,000 miles and more, so I could see much better than before. And then, surprised with my new sight, I asked about a fourth light that was with us now. My lady said, within that blaze of rays is loving contemplation of his maker. It is the first soul of the first power first made. As tops of trees will bow to sweeping gusts of wind, only to straighten up again by force of their own natural resilience, so I, amazed, was bent the while she spoke. But then I found my confidence restored, and burning with a wish to speak again. I spoke these words, a one and only fruit, who is created ripe, first and oldest sire, father and father-in-law of every bride. I beg of you devoutly, I implore you, speak to me. You see right through my wish. To hear you speak, the sooner I speak less. Sometimes an animal will tremble in its skin and thus reveal its feelings from within as he moves its own cover from inside. So, that first soul of souls revealed to me, stirring transparently in his own glow, how joyously it moved to bring me joy. And then it breathed, without your telling me, I know your wish much better than you know whatever seems most evident to you. I see it in that mirror of the truth, itself perfect reflector of all things, yet no thing can reflect it perfectly. You wish to know how long ago it was God placed me in the earthly paradise, where she prepared you for this long ascent. And how long did my eyes delight in it? And the true reason for the wrath of God, the language which I spoke and formed myself. Know now, my son, the tasting of the tree was not itself the cause of such long exile, but only the transgression of God's bounds. 4,302 full suns I longed for this assembly. From that place your lady summoned Virgil to your aid. I saw the sun return to run the course of all its stars 930 times while I was living as a man on earth. The language that I spoke was long extinct, before that unaccomplishable task entered the minds of Nimrod's followers. No product of the human mind can last eternally, for, as all things in nature, man's inclination varies with the stars. That man should speak is only natural, but how he speaks, in this way or in that, nature allows you to do as you please. Till I descended to pains of hell, I was he called on earth that highest good, who swathes me in this brilliance of his bliss. And then he was called El, for naturally man's habits, like the leaves upon the branch, change as they fall and others take their place. Atop the mountain highest from the sea, my time of innocence until disgrace, was from my first day's hour until the hour as sun shifts quadrant, following the 6. Canto 27. All the souls of the blessed sing Gloria to the Trinity with such sweetness that the pilgrim thinks of his experience in terms of the universe smiling. Suddenly the light of St. Peter begins to take on a reddish glow. The moment the souls have stopped their singing, he begins a bitter invective against his successors and the corruption of the church. Now all the souls, including Beatrice, have turned red, and Dante compares the change to the eclipse that took place at the death of Christ. St. Peter closes his invective with a vague prediction of a coming reform, and invites Dante to reveal all he has heard once he has returned to earth. All the souls in the sphere of the fixed stars now ascend to the Empyrean. The pilgrim watches them until they are out of sight. Beatrice instructs her ward to look down and through all the space he has traveled. Then, once again, he looks back to Beatrice, whose miraculous eyes transport him to the 9th sphere of the primum mobile. Beatrice explains the function of this sphere, which is moved directly by God, and which gives all the other spheres their movement. She then proceeds to lament the greed of mankind, and blames the general disorder of things on earth on the fact there is no one to govern below, concluding with an announcement that it will not be long before mankind changes its course. To Father, and to Son, and Holy Spirit, all heaven with one voice cried, "Glory be!" inebriating me with such sweet sound. It seemed to see all the universe turn to a smile. Thus, through my eyes and ears I drank into divine inebriation. O joy! O ecstasy ineffable! O life complete, perfect in love and peace! O wealth unfailing, that can never want! Before my eyes those 4 torches kept blazing, and then the first light who had come to me started to grow more brilliant than the rest, and he took on the glow which Jupiter would take if he and Mars were like 2 birds that could exchange their feathers with each other. That providence assigning heaven's souls, each to his turn and function, now imposed silence on all the choirs of the blessed. And I heard, "Do not marvel at my change of color, for you are about to see all these souls change their color as I speak. He who on earth usurps that place of mine, that place of mine, that place of mine which now stands vacant in the eyes of Christ, God's Son, has turned my sepulchre into a sewer of blood and filth, on which the evil one who fell from here takes great delight down there. The color which paints clouds at break of day, or in the evening when they face the sun, that same tint I saw spread throughout that heaven. And as a modest lady self-secure in her own virtue will at the mere mention of someone else's failings blush with shame, so did the face of Beatrice change. The heavens saw the same eclipse, I think, when the Almighty suffered for our sins. Then he continued speaking, but the tone his voice now had was no more different than was difference in the way he looked. The bride of Christ was not nourished on blood that came from me, from Linus and from Cletus, only that she be wooed for love of gold. It was for love of this delightful life that Sixtus, Pius, Calixtus, and Urban, after the tears of torment, spilled their blood. Never did we intend for Christendom to be divided, some to take their stand on this side or on that of our successors. Now that the keys which were consigned to me become the emblem for a battle flag, warring against the baptized of the land, nor that my head become the seal to stamp those lying privileges bought and sold. I burn with rage and shame to think of it. From here we see down there, in all your fields, rapacious wolves who dress in shepherd's clothes. O power of God, why do you still hold back? Sons of cohorts and Gascony, prepare to drink our blood. A sanctified beginning. To what foul ending are you doomed to sink? But that high providence which saved for Rome the glory of the world through Scipio's hand will once again and soon lend aid, I know. and you, my son, whose mortal weight must bring you back to earth again. Open your mouth down there, and do not hide what I hide not from you. As frozen vapors flake and start to snow, down through our air during the time of year, the horn of heaven's goat touches the sun. So I saw all of heaven's ether glow with rising snowflakes of triumphant souls, of all those who had sojourned with us there. My eyes followed their shapes up into space. I kept watching them until the height was too much for my eyes to penetrate. My lady then, who saw that I was freed from gazing upward, said, "Lower your sight. Look down and see how far you have revolved. Since the last time that I had looked below, I saw that I had moved through the whole arc, which the first climate makes from mid to end. I saw beyond Cadiz to the mad route Ulysses took, and nearly to the shore Europa left as a sweet godly burden. More of this puny threshing ground of ours I would have seen, had not the sun moved on beneath my feet, a sign and more away. My mind in love, yearning eternally to court its lady, now was burning more than ever to behold the sight of her, and all that art in nature can contrive, to lure the eye and thus possess the mind, be it in living flesh or portraiture, combined, would seem like nothing when compared to the divine delight with which I glowed when once more I beheld her smiling face. The power which her gaze bestowed on me snatched me from Leda's lovely nest, and up it thrust me into heaven's swiftest sphere. The parts of this, the quickest, highest heaven, are all so equal that I cannot tell where Beatrice chose for me to stay. But she, who knew my wish, began to speak, such happiness reflecting in her smile. The joy of God, it seemed, was on her face. The nature of the universe, which stills its center while it makes all else revolve, comes from this heaven as from its starting point. No other where than in the mind of God contains this heaven, because in that mind burns the love that turns it and the power it reigns. By circling light and love it is contained as it contains the rest, and only he who bound them comprehends how they are bound. It takes its motion from no other sphere, and all the others measure theirs by this, as 10 is product of the 2 and 5. How time can hide its roots in this sphere's vase, and show its leaves stemming through all the rest, should now be clear to your intelligence. O greed, so quick to plunge the human race into your depths that no man has the strength to keep his head above your raging waters. The blossom of man's will is always good, but then the drenchings of incessant rain turn sound plums into weak and rotten ones. Only in little children can we find true innocence and faith, and both are gone before their cheeks show the first signs of hair. While still a lisper, one observes fast days, but once he's free to speak, he stuffs his mouth with all he can at any time of year. One still in lisping childhood loves and heeds his mother's words, but soon in grown-up language he'd rather like to see her dead and buried. Thus the white skin of innocence turns black at first exposure to the tempting daughter of him who brings the morn and leaves the night. My words should not surprise you when you think there is no one on earth to govern you, and so the human family goes astray before all January's unwintered, because of every 100 years' odd delay, which men neglect. These lofty spheres shall shine a light that brings the long-awaited storm to whirl the fleet about from prow to stern, and set it sailing a straight course again. Then from the blossom shall good fruit come forth. Canto 28. When Beatrice finishes speaking, the pilgrim notices an unusually bright light reflected in her eyes. He turns around and sees a brilliant point around which are 9 glowing circles, all spinning at a rate of speed, lesser in proportion to their distance from the central point. Beatrice explains that this point in the source of all the heavens and all of nature puzzle the pilgrim, wishes to know why the visible order of the universe, the physical picture, does not conform to the order he is presently observing in the model before him, the ideal picture. Beatrice tells him he must not judge by the size of the sphere he sees, but rather by the power of the angelic order governing that sphere. Since the seraphic order of the angels who govern the prima mobile, the sphere closest to God, is the most powerful order, and since there is perfect correspondence between the heavenly spheres and the angelic orders governing them, the correspondence only seems to be in inverse order. What the pilgrim is seeing now is the physical universe from the spiritual point of view, from God's eye, as it were, with God at the center. As the pilgrim expresses his delight at having understood Beatrice's explanation, the 9 fiery circles begin to emit countless singeing sparks, the 9 orders of angels that govern the 9 spheres. Beatrice names the orders of angels, explains their functions, and tells him that Dionysus was right and St. Gregory wrong in ordering of the angelic hierarchies, and that he should not marvel at the fact that Dionysus was privileged to such secret information, since after all it was St. Paul in person who told him. Then once the adverse truth of mankind's present miserable state was clearly brought to light by her who holds my mind in paradise, as one who in a mirror catches sight of a candlelight aglow behind his back, before he sees it or expects to see it. And turning from the looking glass to test the truth of it, he sees that glass and flame are in accord as notes to music's beat. Just so do I remember doing then, as I stood gazing at the lovely eyes, those lures which love had used to capture me. For when I turned around, my eyes were met by whatever takes place here in this whirling sphere, whenever one looks deep into its motion. I saw a point that radiated light, so piercing that the eyes its brightness strikes are forced to shut from such intensity. That star, which seems like the smallest seen from here, is set beside that point, like star by star appearing in the heavens, would seem a moon. Perhaps the distance of a halo's glow around the brilliant source that colors it, when vapors hold it in their density, as close as that a ring of fire whirled round this point, at speed that would surpass the sphere that spins the swiftest round the world. This one was circled by a second one, second by third, and third by yet a fourth, the fifth by the fifth, the fourth, and then the sixth, the fifth, the seventh followed, spreading out so wide that Juno's messenger, if made complete, could not contain it in her circle bow. So came the 8th, the 9th, and each of them revolved more slowly according as it was in number farther from the central one, whose radiance was clearest of them all. For circling nearest the pure spark of being, I think it shares the fullest in its truth. My lady, who observed my eagerness and my bewilderment, said, "Oh, that on that point depend all nature and all the heavens. Observe the circle nearest it, and know the reason for its spinning at such speed is that love's fire burns it into motion." And I to her, "If all the universe were ordered in the way these wheels are here, I would be satisfied with what I see. But from our world of sense, we can observe the turning of the spheres are more God's own, the further from its center they resolve. Now, if my wish to know is to be granted, here in this wondrous and angelic shrine, whose only boundaries are love and light, it still has to be made clear to me why the model and the copy are at odds, for on my own I fail to understand. If your weak fingers find it difficult to loosen such a knot, it is no wonder, for it is tight from never being tried." So spoke my lady. Then she said, "If you wish to be satisfied, listen to what I tell you, then sharpen your wits on it. The course of the material spheres is wide, or narrow in accord with more or less of virtue that infuses each throughout. The greater goodness makes for greater bliss. A greater bliss calls for a greater body, if it is perfect in all of its parts. Therefore, this sphere which sweeps all the world, along with it must correspond to this, the inner ring that loves and knows the most. And so, if you will take your measurement, not by circumference, but by the power inherent in these beings that look like rings, you will observe a marvelous congruence of greater power to more, lesser to small, in every heaven with its intelligence. As splendid clearness and tranquility will overcome the airy hemisphere, when Boreas blows from his milder cheek, a breeze which purifies the air and clears all the obscuring mist, so heaven smiles its loveliness from all its diocese. So was my mind as soon as I received my lady's brilliant answer, and I saw the truth shine like a clear star in the heavens. When she had spoken her last word, there came showers of light from all the fiery rings like molten iron and fire-spurting sparks, and each spark kept to its own ring of fire, the number of them 1,000 into more than any doubling of the chessboard yields. I heard them sing, Hosanna, choir on choir, to that fixed point that holds each to his ubi, the place they were and will forever be. And she, who looked into my mind and saw I was confused, told me, the first 2 rings show you the seraphim and cherubim. They spin so swiftly, speeding in their bonds, to grow as much like that point as they can, and they can in proportion to their sight. Those loves that circle round the other 2 are called the thrones of the eternal aspect. They close the first triad of God's own world. And know that all of them delight in bliss, according to how deep their vision delves into the truth in which all minds find rest. And so, you understand, their state of bliss is based upon the act of seeing God, not loving Him, which is the second step. The measure of their vision is their worth, born of His grace and of their own good will. For this, their ranks proceed from grade to grade. The second triad is in full blossom here, is the spring of eternity, whose buds no nightly frost of Aries can despoil. Warbling Hosanna sempiternally, sing winter out in threefold melody, that sounds through triple ranks of Trinity. This hierarchy of divinities consists of the dominions first, and next the virtues, and the third are called the powers, and the next to last trio, whirling principalities, and then archangels. The festive angels fill the last with play. And all the angelic ranks gaze upward, as downward they prevail upon the rest. So while each draws the next, all draw toward God. Dionysus set his mind to contemplate these ranks with so much holy zeal for truth. He named and ordered them the way I do. Gregory later disagreed with him, but when he died to awaken in this heaven, he saw the truth and laughed at his mistake. And that such secrets were revealed by one, still living on the earth. You need not wonder the one who saw it here told him this truth, and many other truths about these rings. Canto 29. After a brief silence, Beatrice sees in the mind of God that the pilgrim has a question, and so she explains to him that the creation of the angels by God was an act of pure love that took place in the Empyrean before time began. She goes on to explain why some angels rebelled against God and others remained faithful to him. Since according to Beatrice, there is so much confusion on earth concerning the different qualities of the angels, she wishes to make some further clarifications. Those who insist that the angels possess memory are wrong. Angels have no need of memory, because they see everything through God. She reprehends those men who go around teaching and showing off new and exotic theories that twist the truth of the ultimate authority of the Scriptures. Christ, she says, expected his apostles to spread the truth and not garbage. But these ambitious preachers are fattening themselves on the lies they feed their parishioners. After this digression, Beatrice returns to the subject of angels, explaining that they are so many in number that the human mind cannot possibly think in such terms. The light of God shines upon this multitude of angels, all of whom receive his light in as many different ways as there are celestial intelligences. Think then how great is God, who can divide his light among all these loving and reflecting angelic mirrors, and remain himself forever one and whole. When the twin children of Latona share the belt of the horizon, and are crowned, one by the ram, the other by the scales, No longer than the zenith holds them poised and balanced till their weights begin to shift as each moves to a different hemisphere. For just so long, her face a radiant smile, was Beatrice silent, her eyes fixed upon the point whose light I could not bear. She said, I tell you, without asking you, what you would hear, for I see your desire, where, everywhere, and every when is centered. Not to increase his good, which cannot be, but rather that his own reflected glory in its resplendence might proclaim, I am. In his eternity beyond all time, beyond all comprehension, as pleased him, new loves blossom from the eternal love. Nor did he lie in idleness before, for neither after nor before preceded the going forth of God upon these waters. Pure form, pure matter, form and matter mix, came forth into a perfect state of being, shot like 3 arrows from a 3-string bow. As in crystal, or in amber, or in glass, a shaft of light diffuses through the whole, its ray reflected instantaneously. So the threefold creation of the Lord was raised into existence all at once, without beginning, with no interval. With every essence there was co-created its order. At the summit of the world, the ones created of pure act were set. And pure potential held the lowest place, and in heaven potential to act was tied, so tight that they can never be untied. Jerome left word with you about the stretch of centuries that angels had existed before the rest of God's world came to be. But this truth is declared in many texts by writers of the Holy Spirit's word, and you will find it if you look with care. Reason itself can almost understand, it could not grant, that the angelic powers remained short of perfection for so long. So now you know the where and when, and how these loves came into being, and so already 3 flames of your desire are now quenched. Nor could you count from one as high as 20, faster than part of the angelic group shook the foundation of your elements. The rest remained, and started practicing their art, as you can see, with such delight, they take no time to pause, but whirl forever. The reason for the fall was the accursed presumption of the one you saw below, crushed by the weight of all the universe. These others you see here were humbly prompt to recognize their great intelligence as coming from the goodness of their Lord, whereby their vision was raised to such heights by God's enlightening grace and their own worth, that now their will was steadfast and entire. And should you doubt, I would have you believe that the receipt of grace implies one's worth, in measure as love opens up to it. By now, if you have understood my words, you should be able to conclude much more about this sacred place without more help. But since on earth you still teach in your schools, that the angelic nature is possessed of understanding, memory, and will, I shall say more and show you the pure truth of what on earth has now become confused by equivocations in their arguments. From the first moment these beings found their bliss within God's face, in which all is revealed, they never turn their eyes away from it. Hence, no new object interrupts their sight, and hence, they have no need of memory, since they do not possess divided thought. And so on earth, men dream their waking dreams, some speaking in good faith, some unbelieving. To these belong the greater guilt and shame. You mortals do not keep to one true path, philosophizing, so carried away you are by putting on a show of wits. Yet even this provokes the wrath of heaven, far less than when the holy word of God is set aside or misconstrued by you. Men do not care what blood it costs to sow the word throughout the land, nor how pleasing he is who humbly takes Scripture to heart. To make a good impression, they contrive their own unfounded truths, which then are furbished by preachers of the gospel, not a word. Some say that during Christ's passion the moon reversed its course, intruding on the sun, whose light then could not reach as far as earth. Such preachers lie! For that light hid itself, and men in Spain as well as India shared the eclipse the same time as the Jew. Fables like these are shouted right and left, pouring from pulpits, more in just 1 year than all the Lappi and Mindi found in Florence. So the poor sheep, who know no better, come from pasture fed on air. The fact that they are ignorant does not excuse their guilt. Christ did not say to his first company, "Go forth and preach garbage unto the world," but gave them rather truth to build upon. With only his word sounding on their lips, they went to war and keep the faith aflame. The gospel was their only sword and shield. Now men go forth to preach wisecracks and jokes, and just so long as they can get a laugh, to puff their cows with pride, that's all they want. But if the crowd could see the bird that nestles in tips of hoods like these, they soon would see what kind of pardons they are trusting in. What folly in mankind's credulity. No need of proof or testimonials. Men rush at any promise just the same. On this St. Anthony fattens his pig, and bigger pigs than his get fatter too, paying their bills with forged indulgences. We have digressed enough. Turn your mind's eye back to the road of truth. We must adjust discussion to what time is left of us here. The angelic nature goes so far beyond the scale of mortal numbers that there is no word or concept that can reach that far. Look in the book of Daniel. You will see that when he speaks of thousands of these beings, no fixed or finite number is revealed. The primal light shines down through all of them and penetrates them in as many ways as there are splendors with which it may mate. And since the visual act always precedes the act of loving, bliss of love in each burns differently. Some glow while others blaze. And now you see the height, you see the breadth of eternal goodness that divides itself into these countless mirrors that reflect itself, remaining one as it was always. Canto 30. The 9 circles with their central point of light slowly fade from sight, and the pilgrim looks again to Beatrice, whose beauty he can no longer find words to describe. Beatrice tells the pilgrim that they are now in the Empyrean, and he finds himself wrapped in a veil of intense light that momentarily blinds him, but then he feels his powers of sight grow stronger. He sees a river of light flowing between 2 banks, laden with flowers, and an exchange of countless sparks between the river and the flowers. Beatrice tells him to keep his eyes fixed on the river, warning him, however, that what he sees is only a preface to the truth. As the pilgrim bends down and takes the river in with his eyes, its linear form becomes round like a vast lake of light. And what had appeared to be flowers are now the souls of the elect, seated in tiers of petals that grow in circumference the higher they rise, opening up like an immense rose, all parts of which are equally clear to the pilgrim, since the laws of nature do not apply here. The sparks, meanwhile, have taken the shape of angels, ceaselessly flying between God and the elect. Beatrice leads the pilgrim into the center of the rose, and after showing him how few seats still remain to be filled, she points to the one soon to be occupied by the soul of Henry VII, who will have tried, but in vain, to help cure Italy of its ills, and blame Henry's failure on the Pope, Clement V, who, she predicts, will be damned to hell, stuffing his predecessor, Boniface VIII, deeper down into his hole of Semini. About 6,000 miles away, high noon is blazing, and the shadow of our world already slopes into a level bed. When in the midst of heaven, so deep above, a change begins, and one star here and there starts fading from our sight at such a depth. And as the brightest handmaid of the sun comes closer, and the heavens start to close, light after light, until the fairest fades, just so the triumph that forever plays its round around the point of dazzling light, that seems contained by what itself contains, little by little faded from my sight, and seeing it no more, my love constrained my eyes to look again at Beatrice. If all I said of her up to this time were gathered in a single poem of praise, it would be but a scanty comment now. The beauty I saw there goes far beyond all mortal reach. I think that only he who made it knows the full joy of its being. At this point, I admit to my defeat. No poet, comic, or tragic ever was more outdone by this theme than I am now. For as sunlight does to the weakest eyes, so did the mere thought of her lovely smile strike every recognition from my mind. From the first day that I beheld her face in this life till the vision of her now, I could trust in my poems to sing her praise. But now I must stop trying to pursue her beauty in my verse, for I have done as much as any artist at his best. As such, I leave her to the heralding of greater clarion than mine, which starts to draw its arduous theme now to a close. She, with the tone and gesture of a guide whose task is done, said, "We have gone beyond, from the greatest sphere to the heaven of pure light. Light of the intellect, light full of love, love of the true good, full of ecstasy that transcends the sweetest joy. Here you shall see the twofold soldiery of paradise, and one host you will see as you will see them on the final day. Just as a sudden flash of lightning strikes the visual spirits, and so stuns the eyes that even the clearest object fades from sight, so glorious living light encompassed me, enfolding me so tightly in its veil of luminescence that I saw only light. The love that calms this heaven forever greets all those who enter with such salutation. So is the candle for its flame prepared. No sooner had these brief, assuring words entered my ears than I was full aware my senses now were raised beyond their powers. The power of new sight lit up my eyes so that no light, however bright it were, would be too brilliant for my eyes to bear. And I saw light that was flowing stream, blazing in splendid sparks between two banks, painted by spring in miracles of color. Out of this stream, the sparks of living light were shooting up and settling on the flowers. They looked like rubies set in rings of gold. Then, as if that fragrance made them drunk, they poured back into that miraculous flood, and as one plunged, another took to flight. The deep desire burning, urging you to seek the answers to what you have seen, pleases me more, the more I see it surge. But you must first drink of these waters here, before such thirst as yours is satisfied. So did she speak, that sunlight of my eyes. And then she said, the stream, the jewels you see, leap in and out of it, the smiling blooms. All are prefigurations of their truth. These things are not imperfect in themselves. The defect, rather, lies within your sight, as yet not strong enough to reach such heights. No baby, having slept too long, and now awake and late, could rush to turn his face more eagerly to seek his mother's milk. Then I bent down my face to make my eyes more lucid mirrors, there within that stream which pours its light for their embetterment. No sooner had the eaves of my eyes drunk within those waters than the river turned from its straight course to a circumference. And then, as people at a masquerade take off the mask which have until that time been hiding their true selves, so then and there, before my eyes, the sparks and flowers changed into a greater festival. I saw both courts of heaven in their reality, a splendid grace of God, through which I saw the one true kingdom's triumph. Grant me now the power to find the words for what I saw. There is a light above whose glory makes Creator visible to his creations, whose only peace is in beholding him. In figure of a circle, this light spreads and is so vast that its circumference would be too loose a belt to bind the sun. And its expanse comes from a single ray, striking the summit of the first moved sphere, from which it takes its vital force and power. And as a hillside rich in grass and flowers looks down into a lake as if it were admiring the reflection of its wealth, so, mirrored tier on tier, within that light, more than 1,000 were reflected there. I saw all those of us who one return. And if the lowest tier alone can hold so great a brilliance, then how vast the space of this rose to its outer petals reach. And yet by such enormous breadth and height, my eyes were not confused. They took in all, in number and in quality of bliss. There, near and far, nor adds nor takes away. For where God rules directly without agents, the laws of nature in no way apply. Into the gold of the eternal rose, whose ranks of petals fragrantly unfold. Praise to the Son of everlasting spring. In silence, though I looked to speak, was I taken by Beatrice, who said, "Look how vast is our white-robed consistory. Look at our city, see its vast expanse. You see our seats so filled, only a few remain for souls that heaven still desires. In that great chair, already set with crown above it, in which draws your eyes to it, before your summons to this nuptial feast, shall sit the sole, predestined emperor of that great Henry, who one day will come to set straight Italy before her time. You are bewitched by blind cupidity, that makes you starve to death like a poor child, who has a nurse but pushes her away. And at that time, the prefect of God's court will be a man who publicly agrees to tread this path, but not so secretly. But God will not permit him to stay long in holy office. He shall be thrust down where Simon Magus pays his guilt, and he shall stuff the Alighieri's deeper down." Canto 31. The pilgrim beholds the elect in the form of a pure white rose, and the angels like bees continuously flying from God to the elect and back, transporting his love. Never, however, in spite of their countless numbers, do they block the divine light from the pilgrim's sight. He compares his amazement to that of a barbarian from the north, seeing the splendors of Rome for the first time, and his joy to that of a pilgrim who has reached his final goal. After examining the general formation of paradise, he turns to ask Beatrice a question, but finds that a venerable old man has taken her place. The old man explains that Beatrice has asked him to lead her ward to his final goal, and he points to where she is seated in the third from the highest tier of the rose. The pilgrim, looking up, sees his lady clearly and offers up to her a tender prayer of gratitude for all she has done on his behalf. Expressing his hope that with her help he may someday return to her, there as pure as he is at the moment, Beatrice smiles at him and then returns her gaze to God. The old man reveals himself as Saint Bernard and urges the pilgrim to shift his focus even higher to the Virgin Mary, on whom his spiritual progress now depends. So now, appearing to me in the form of a white rose was heaven's sacred host, those whom with his own blood Christ made his bride, while the other hosts, that soaring, see and sing the glory of the one who stirs their love, the goodness which made them great as they are. Like bees that in a single motion swarm and dip into the flowers, then return to heaven's hive, where their toil turns to joy. Descended all at once on that great bloom of precious petals, and then flew back up to where its source of love forever dwells. Their faces showed the glow of living flame, their wings of gold, and all the rest of them whiter than any snow that falls to earth. As they entered the flower, tier to tier, each spread the peace and ardor of the love. They gathered with their wings in flight to him. Nor did the screen of flying plenitude between the flower and what reigned above impede the vision of his glorious light. For God's light penetrates the universe according to the merits of each part, and there is nothing that can block its way. The unimperiled kingdom of all joy, abounding with those saints, both old and new, had looked and love fixed all upon one goal. O triune light, which sparkles in one star upon their sight, fulfiller of joy, look down upon us in our tempest here. If the barbarians coming from such parts as every day are spanned by Helicity, traveling the sky with her beloved son, when they saw Rome, her mighty monuments, the days that Lateran built high, outsoared all mortal art, were so struck with amazement that I, coming to heaven from mortal earth, from man's time to divine eternity, from Florence to a people just insane. With what amazement must I have been struck, truly, between my stupor and my joy. It was a pleasure not to hear or speak. And as a pilgrim now refreshed with joy surveys the temple of his vow and wonders how to describe it when he is back home. So through the living light I let my eyes go wandering among the ranks of the blessed. Now up, now down, now searching all around. I saw love-dedicated faces there, adorned in borrowed light, and by their smiles and gestures grace with chaste dignity. By now, my eyes had quickly taken in a general plan of all of paradise, but had not fixed themselves on any part. And with new kindled eagerness to know, I turned around to ask my lady things that to my mind were still not clear enough. What I expected was not what I saw. I thought to see Beatrice there, but saw an elder in the robe of heaven's saints. His eyes, his cheeks were filled with the divine joy of the blessed, his attitude with love that every tender-hearted father knows. And, she, where is she? I asked. Instantly asked. He answered, I was urged by Beatrice to leave my place and end all your desire. You will behold her if you raise your eyes to the third circle from the highest tier, enthroned where her own merit destined her. I did not say a word, but raised my eyes and saw her there in all her glory, crowned by the reflections of eternal light, not from that place where highest thunder roars, down to the very bottom of the sea in any mortal sight so far away, as my eyes were from Beatrice there, but distance made no difference, for her image came down to me unblurred by anything. O Lady, in whom all my hope takes strength, and who for my salvation did endure to leave her footprints on the floor of hell. Through your own power, through your own excellence, I recognize the grace and the effect of all those things I have seen with my eyes. From bondage into freedom you led me by all those paths, by using all those means which were within the limits of your power. Preserve in me your great munificence, so that my soul, which you have healed, may be pleasing to you when it slips from the flesh. Such was my prayer. And she, so far away, or so it seemed, looked down at me and smiled. Then to eternal light she turned once more. The holy elder spoke, That you may reach your journey's perfect consummation now, I have been sent by sacred love and prayer. Fly through this heavenly garden with your eyes, for gazing at it will prepare your sight to rise into the vision of God's ray. The Queen of Heaven, for whom I constantly burn with love's fire, will grant us every grace, because I am her faithful one, Bernard. As one who comes from some place like Croatia, to gaze on our Veronica so long craved for, he now cannot look long enough. And while it is displayed, he says in thought, O Jesus Christ, my Lord, the one true God, is this what your face truly looked like then? Just so did I while gazing at the living love of the one who, living in the world through contemplation, tasted of that peace. My son of grace, he spoke again, this state of blissful being will not be known to you as long as you keep your eyes fixed out here. Look up into the circles of the highest until your eyes behold, enthroned, the queen who holds as subject this devoted realm. I raise my eyes, and as at the break of day, the eastern parts of the horizon shine brighter, then at the point the sun goes down. So I saw, as my eyes still climbed from vale to mountaintop, there at the highest point, a light outshining all that splendorous rim. And as our sky, where we expect to see the ill-starred shaft of Phaeton's chariot, burns brightest, dimming all the light ground around. So there, on high, that aura flame of peace lit up its center, while on either side, its glowing was equally diminishing. And all around that center, wings outstretched, I saw more than 1,000 festive angels, each one distinct in brilliance and in art. And there, smiling upon their games and song, I saw a beauty that reflected bliss within the eyes of all the other saints. And even if I were as rich in words as in remembering, I would not dare describe the least part of such beauty's bliss. Bernard, when he saw that my eyes were fixed devotedly upon his passion's passion, his own he turned to her with so much love, that he made mine more ardent in her gaze. Canto 32. Saint Bernard now reveals the order of the division of the arena of rose. A line of souls bisects the rose vertically, separating those who believed in Christ before his coming from those who believed afterwards. The Virgin is in the highest seat and heads the half of the line containing Hebrew women, Christ to come, and St. John the Baptist heads the half, comprised of male saints, Christ already come. When St. Bernard instructs the pilgrim to focus his gaze on the Virgin in order to acquire sufficient strength to contemplate Christ, he sees the angel Gabriel hail her with outspread wings, and all the souls respond with song. Then St. Bernard points out the position of other prominent souls: Adam and Moses, St. Peter and St. John the Evangelist, St. Anne, the Mother of the Virgin, and St. Lucy, who, by inviting Beatrice to come to the aid of her lover, set the divine comedy in motion. Having indicated that little time remains to complete the journey, St. Bernard instructs the pilgrim to direct his sight to God and begins his prayer to the Virgin that she may provide the grace necessary to complete the final stage of the journey. Wrapped in love's bliss, that contemplative soul generously assumed the role of guide as he began to speak these holy words. The wound which Mary was to close and heal, she there, who sat so lovely at her feet, would open wider then and prick the flesh. And sitting there directly under her, among the thrones of the third tier, is Rachel, and there see Beatrice by her side, Sarah, Rebecca, Judith, and then she, who is the great-grandmother of the singer who cried for his sin, Miserere me. You see them all as I go down from tier to tier and name them in their order, petal by petal, downward through the rows. Down from the seventh row as up to it was descending line of Hebrew women that parted all the petals of the rose. According to the ways in which the faith viewed Christ, these women constitute the wall dividing these ranks down the sacred stairs. On this side, where the flower is full bloom to its last petal, sit the souls of those who place their faith upon Christ yet to come. On that side, where all the semicircles are broken by the empty seats, sit those who turn their face to Christ already come. And just as on this side, with the glorious throne of Heaven's Lady, with the other seats below it, form this great dividing wall. So, facing her, the throne of the great John, who, ever holy, suffered through the desert and martyrdom, then hell for 2 more years. And under him, chosen to mark the line, Francis, Benedict, Augustine, and others descend from round to round as far as here. Now marvel at the greatness of God's plan. This garden shall be full in equal number of this and that aspect of the one faith. And know that downward from the center row, which cuts the 2 dividing walls midway, no soul through his own merit earned his seat, but through another's, under fixed conditions, for all these spirits were absolved of sin before they reached the age to make free choice. You need only to look upon their faces and listen to the young sound of their voices to see and hear this clearly for yourself. But you have doubts you do not reveal, so now I will untie the tangled knot, in which your searching thoughts have bound you tight. Within the vastness of this great domain, no particle of chance can find a place, no more than sorrow, thirst, or hunger can, for all that you see here has been ordained by the eternal law, which with such precision that ring and finger are perfect fit. And therefore all these souls of hurried comers to the true life are not ranked sine causa, some high, some low, according to their merit. The King, through whom this kingdom is at rest, in so much love and in so much delight, that no will dares to wish for any more, creating all minds in his own mind's bliss, endows each with as much grace as he wishes, at his own pleasure, Let this fact suffice. And Holy Scripture set this down for you, clear and expressly, speaking of those twins, whose anger flared while in their mother's womb. So it is fitting that God's lofty light crown them with grace, as much as each one merits according to the color of their hair. Thus, through no merit of their own good works, are they ranked differently. The difference is only in God's gift of original grace. During mankind's first centuries on earth, for innocent children to achieve salvation, only the faith of the parents was required. But then when man's first age came to an end, all males had to be circumcised to give innocent wings the strength to fly to heaven. But when the age of grace comes down to man, then, without perfect baptism in Christ, such innocence to limbo was confined. Now look at that face which resembles Christ the most, for only in its radiance will you be made ready to look at Christ. I saw such bliss rain down upon her face, bestowed on it by all those sacred minds, created to fly through those holy heights, that of all things I witnessed to this point, nothing had held me more spellbound than this, not shown a greater likeness unto God. And that love, which had once before descended, now sang, Ave Maria Gratia Plena, before her presence, there, with wings spread wide. Response came to this holy prayer of praise from all directions of the court of bliss, and every face grew brighter with that joy. O Holy Father, who for my sake who deigns to stay down here, so far from the sweet throne destined for you throughout eternity. Who is that angel who so joyously looks straight into the eyes of heaven's queen, so much in love he seems to burn like fire? Thus I turned for instruction once again to that one who in Mary's beauty glowed, as does the morning star in fresh sunlight, and he, all loving pride and gracious joy, as much as soul or angel can possess, is all in him, and we would have it so. For he it is who bore the palm below to Mary when the Son of God had willed to bear the weight of man's flesh on himself. Now let your eyes follow my words as I explain to you in the note of the great patricians of this most just and pious of all realms. Those two who sit most blessed in their high thrones, because they are the closest to the Empress, are, as it were, the two roots of our rose. He, sitting on her left side, is that Father, the one through whose presumptuous appetite mankind still tastes the bitterness of shame. And on her right you see the venerable Father of the Holy Church, to whom Christ gave the keys to this beautiful rose of joy. And he who prophesied before he died the sad days destined for the lovely bride, whom Christ won for himself with lance and nails, sits at his side. Beside the other sits the leader of those nurtured on God's manna, who were a fickle, ingrate, stubborn lot. Across from Peter, see there, Anna sits, so happy to be looking at her daughter, she does not move an eye singing Hosanna. Facing the head of mankind's family sits Lucy, who first sent your lady to you when you were bent headlong on your own ruin. But since the time left for your journey's vision grows short, let us stop here, like the good tailor who cuts the gown according to his cloth, and turns our eyes upon the primal love, so that, looking toward him, you penetrate his radiance as deep as possible. But lest you fall backwards, beating your wings, believing to ascend on your own power, we must offer a prayer requesting grace. Grace from the one who has the power to help you. Now, follow me with all of your devotion, and do not let your heart stray from my words. And he began to say this holy prayer. Canto 33. Saint Bernard lovingly praises the Virgin Mary, and then recounts the pilgrim's journey through hell, purgatory, and the celestial spheres, entreating the Virgin to clear away the obstacles from the pilgrim's eyes, so that he may behold God's glory. Bernard then signals the pilgrim to look upward, but he has already done so. Spurred on by his clearer sight, he sees the multiform world bound in a single unity with love. Then as he gazes into the divine light, he sees 3 rings of 3 different colors, all of which share and are bound by one and the same circumference. The first ring of color reflects the second. Both reflect the third, the miracle of the Trinity. Again, the poet's words begin to fail him. He fixes his eyes on the second ring of reflected light and perceives God in the image of a man. But he is unable to grasp how the forms coincide. Then, with a sudden flash, the pilgrim's mind is illuminated by the truth, and he feels now that the ultimate vision has been granted him. His desire and will turning in harmony with divine love, the love that moves the sun and the other stars. O Virgin Mother, daughter of your Son, most humble, most exalted of all creatures, chosen of God in his eternal plan, you are the one who ennobled human nature to the extent that he did not disdain. Who was its maker to make itself man? Within your womb rekindled was a love that gave the warmth that did allow this flower to come to bloom within this timeless peace. For all up here, you are the noonday torch of charity, and down on earth for men, the living spring of their eternal hope. Lady, you are so great, so powerful, that who seeks grace without recourse to you would have his wish fly upward without wings. Not only does your loving kindness rush to those who ask for it, but oftentimes it flows spontaneously before the plea. In you is tenderness, in you is pity, in you beneficence, in you unites all that is good in God's created beings. This is a man who from the deepest pit of all the universe up to this height has witnessed one by one the lives of souls, who begs that you grant him, through your grace, the power to raise his vision higher still, to penetrate the final blessedness. And I, who never burned for my own vision more than I burn for his, with all my prayers I pray to you, and I pray they are enough. Through your own prayers dispel the mist of his mortality, that he may have the sum of joy revealed before his eyes. I pray you also, Queen, who can achieve your every wish, keep his affection sound once he has had the vision and returns. Protect him from the stirrings of the flesh, you see. With Beatrice, all the blessed, hands clasped in prayer, are praying for my prayer. Those eyes so loved and reverenced by God, now fixed on him who prayed, made clear to us how precious true devotion is to her. Then she looked into the eternal light, into whose being we must believe. No eyes of other creatures pierce with such insight. And I, who was approaching now the end of all man's yearning, strained with all the force in me to raise my burning longing high. Bernard then gestured to me with a smile that I look up, but I was already instinctively what he would have me be. For now my vision, as it grew more clear, was penetrating more and more the ray of that exalted light of truth itself. And from then on my vision rose to heights higher than words, which fail before such sight, and memory fails too at such extremes. And he who sees things in a dream and wakes to feel the passion of the dream still there, although no part of it remains in mind, just such am I. My vision fades, and all but ceases, yet the sweetness born of it, I still can feel distilling in my heart. So imprints on the snow fade in the sun, and thus the Sibyl's oracle of leaves was swept away and lost into the wind. O light supreme, so far beyond the reach of mortal understanding, to my mind relent now some small part of your own self, and give to my tongue eloquence, enough to capture just one spark of all your glory, that I may leave for future generations. For, by returning briefly to my mind, and sounding even faintly in my verse, more of your might will be revealed to men. If I had turned my eyes away, I think, from the sharp brilliance of the living ray which they had endured, I would have lost my senses. And this, as I recall, gave me more strength to keep on gazing, till I could unite my vision with the infinite worth I saw. O grace abounding in allowing me to dare to fix my gaze on the eternal light. So deep my vision was consumed in it, I saw how it contains within its depths all things bound in a single book by love, of which creation is the scattered leaves. Our substance, accident, and their relation were fused in such a way that what I now describe is but a glimmer of that light. I know I saw the universal form, the fusion of all things, for I can feel, while speaking now, my heart leap up in joy. One instant brings me more forgetfulness than 25 centuries brought the quest that stunned Neptune when he saw Argo's keel. And so my mind was totally entranced, in gazing deeply, motionless, intent. The more it saw, the more it burned to see. And one is so transformed within that light that it would be impossible to think of ever turning one's eyes from that sight. Because the good, which is the goal of will, is all collected there. And outside it, all is defective. That is perfect there. Now even in the things I do recall, my words have no more strength than does a babe wetting its tongue still at its mother's breast. Not within the living light there was more than a sole aspect of the divine, which always is what it has always been. Yet, as I learned to see more, and the power of vision grew in me, that single aspect, as I changed, seemed to me to change itself. Within its depthless clarity of substance, I saw the great light shine into 3 circles, in 3 clear colors bound in one same space. The first seemed to reflect the next like rainbow on rainbow, and the third was like a flame equally breathed forth by the other 2. How my weak words fall short of my conception, which is itself so far from what I saw, that weak is much too weak a word to use. A light eternal fixed in self alone, known only to yourself and knowing self, you love and glow, knowing and being known. That circling which, as I conceived it, shone in you as your own first reflected light, when I had looked deep into it a while, seemed in itself and in its own self-color to be depicted with man's very image. My eyes were totally absorbed in it. And as a geometer who tries so hard to square the circle, but cannot discover, think as he may, the principle involved, so did I strive with this new mystery. I yearned to know, how could our image fit into that circle? How could it conform? But my own wings could not take me so high. Then a great flash of understanding struck my mind, and suddenly its wish was granted. At this point, power failed, high fantasy, but like a wheel in perfect balance turning, I felt my will and my desire impelled by the love that moves the sun and the other stars. I would like to thank you for listening to this audiobook until the very end. I hope you enjoyed listening to it as much as I enjoyed reading it. I don't have any further plans for audiobooks in the future, and this will probably be the last audiobook I ever make, at least for a while. But thank you once again for listening, and I hope to see you again soon. It's been fun reading with you. Farewell, everyone.